All right. Hey, hello everyone. Welcome to my stream today. Today we're going to be looking at 11D, which is a JavaScript static site generator. And I have to admit, I know nothing about static site generation. I've been doing web dev now for 25, 26 years. And I've made static sites, but I have never used a static site generator in 26 years. This is not the area that I am an expert on or know anything about at all. So just the heads up here, almost everyone in the audience is probably has more experience with static site generators than me. And, come say hi in the chat and let me know how you're all doing. But I just wanted to throw that out there because this is kind of going to be a journey exploration for me because I've heard about stuff. I understand the mechanics of it, use of CDN, but my idea of static was always single page app, like static single HTML file and some assets, serve it from a CDN. And that's about, that's as far as static was, except for in the really, really old days when I used to actually make static HTML files. So I'm kind of curious because I know so little about this space, but I mean, it is the other side of the dime. And what I'm seeing recently is this kind of convergence now that we have the edge, and as this is becoming even more aware of, working at Netlify and whatnot, that you've got the classic concept of what you can do with static, things like Jamstack, and bringing dynamicism to static. And now we have, more dynamicism at the edge. And there's a whole different balance, I think, than it ever has been historically. And it's my opinion that we can't really make decisions between these kind of technologies and understand what's, unless we take the time to understand what's going on. So I'm pretty lucky to actually have the creator of 11D, and to my knowledge, 11D is there's other static site generators written in other languages, but 11D is the first JavaScript first one. To be here and talk about how he did it, how this all kind of came about and what we can do with this, more than anything. Yeah. So I'm gonna, in just a second, everyone can hear me fine, right? You all could be a little louder in the chat, eh? Say hello as you drop in, Just giving people a couple minutes here to join on. Awesome. I see people from Twitch and from YouTube. Been streaming to Twitch the last couple times. I'm still getting the hang of that, but glad to see you all here. All right. Well, I guess we should probably get started pretty quick here. So I'm actually going to welcome Zach on to the show. And hello, Zach. How are you doing today?
Hey, good. How are you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Just a typical Friday morning where I am aware that the stream is coming, and I know that I'm never going to be prepared enough. This one actually, I'm maybe been a bit lazy. I have an excuse. I honestly don't know about the subject matter we're doing today, so I'm gonna leave that kind of knowledge in your hands and just learn along as we go. So that made my life a little easier. How about you? How was your morning?
I was good. Shipped a new 2.0 Canary of 11D this morning, so
that's awesome.
Busy.
Yeah, see, and I didn't even know that. So 2.0 is coming pretty soon. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I would say the horizon is definitely within the next 1 or 2 months.
Nice. Okay, cool. So there we go. New version of 11D coming soon too. But before we even get into that, Zach, how about you tell us maybe a little bit about yourself and how you got into, I don't know how far back we want to go, but how do you got into the point where you decided that you're like, hey, I'm going to make a static site generator?
Well, that's a good question. So I used to work at a place called Filament Group, which was an consultant agency, and we did front end work. And so at that time, I was a big Jekyll user. And 11D started, I think, around 2018, 2017. And it was really just as a way to do Jekyll style sites for clients. So that's really the core of one of maybe the weirdest but most popular original feature of 11D was that it supported a bunch of different templating languages simultaneously. And the reason that that requirement came about is that I wanted 11D to use for our agency work. And when you're working in an agency, a lot of the requirements are um, dictated by the client, so you don't necessarily get to decide what templating language that you use in that context.
Right,
So
right. But I mean, you were using Jekyll at this agency, right?
yeah, Jekyll, and Jekyll on my personal side as well.
Right.
I used to have a WordPress and then went to Jekyll, I think 2012 or something like that.
So what did you think you could do differently? Like what was it that made you go like, hey, like, because I get it, you're working and you're like, man, maybe this could be better. Maybe we could do something a little differently. What was it for you?
I mean, and this is gonna sound like it's not very flattering for me, but I did not like Ruby. I did not like writing in Ruby, and I wanted the JavaScript version of Jekyll, and that's really where it started. There's not much more to it than that.
Okay. I mean, that's fair, right? It's funny, like, because on the back end side, like, it's funny, like on the front end, we have this whole like frameworks are a religion thing, but on the back end side, languages are, like there is a split there, and like preferences and whatnot. And I guess your love of JavaScript just spawned from just having worked a lot on the front end and having used JavaScript pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I've been building websites for 24, 25 years now, and JavaScript has been with me the entire way. Obviously, the syntax has evolved over time, but yeah, I really have a love-hate relationship with JavaScript, and I think that that's maybe that is resembled in the interesting space that 11D occupies as well.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, as I said, it's interesting that, like, because what you first created 11D, when was it? It was like 2015 ish, or am I off? Was it?
I think the first version was in 2017.
Okay, so it's actually later than that. Yes, for some reason I thought it was a little earlier. So yeah, it's interesting that we hadn't really seen much in the way of JavaScript static site generators before that point, right?
Yeah, I don't think that that's necessarily true. There were quite a few that predated 11D
Okay.
that weren't necessarily Jekyll-like. So I think Metalsmith was a big one back in the day, and I don't really remember a lot of the other ones, but there was a lot of
Okay.
very popular JavaScript static site generators at that time. But they really took more of an API approach rather than a file system driven approach. So I really liked that Jekyll was sort of driven primarily from files on the file system. And that's when I wanted an 11D as well.
Right. Yeah. See, as I said, this is me showing I know nothing about this. So that's good context because yeah, like 11D was actually how this came into my scope of view again, because I was familiar with like Hugo, like and Jekyll mentioned, but like I said, these are things in like the outside of it, and then someone's like, oh, 11D, I'm like, oh, okay, and they're like, no, it's JavaScript. I'm like, what? That was like actually a big difference for how this came into my sphere of things. But as I said, this is not my typical sphere. As you said, you're working at agencies, you're generating lots of content, a lot of like the types of sites you built at an agency. Again, I've never worked in an agency. I worked at a startup for 8 years, maintaining a single page app and built mobile apps and like web apps and very app. So what is it like working at an agency? Like, just like I've heard good stuff, I heard bad stuff. But how did that influence your experience?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different, there's different agencies, obviously, but Filament Group was really kind of known for their progressive enhancement delivery and their accessibility delivery and their performance delivery. So all of the things that Filament Group is known for are things that I have carried forth in my career and definitely learned a ton from working there. So yes, the clients can be difficult, but Filament Group was kind of known for those things and was really big in the jQuery community at the time. And so they really got to select clients that were also interested in those same kind of things. So yeah, it was a good gig. I like Filament Group a lot.
So like you mentioned jQuery and that was it, like I'm just trying to get back into when you were working there, mid 2010, so 2015, 16, 17, 18, whatever, like that time period, and you're building static sites mostly because they're content sites or things or marketing sites, they're those kind of things, right?
Yeah,
And
or design system style where you're just delivering the like static assets that get integrated
right, okay,
into a
and
different style.
like were there like CMSs on the back end? I'm just trying to like paint the picture of this.
Yeah, there was some WordPress. Yeah, Magneto
Okay,
was another one. I don't
yeah,
know. There's a lot of different backend systems that
and
get
then
integrated.
like the JavaScript layer typically there was it still largely stuff like jQuery kind of and vanilla like stuff like it was a I just don't know. Did people pull stuff like React into that, or was that like not even a thing? Or
No, I mean, React wasn't really our forte because we really wanted the to control the entire baseline experience. So the specialty was mobile first, uh, progressive enhancement driven applications. And so to best deliver the performance that you need for those, you need as streamlined a JavaScript experience as you can on the client. I mean, so it really became how can we control the entire front end experience without delivering too much overhead.
okay,
So no, not too much React in that space.
okay, okay. That yeah, that makes sense, and then that's what I was kind of picking up on because again, this is a very different world than I was living in at that standpoint. I was 5 years into maintaining the same single page app that I've been maintaining for years, and like in this like if you go back to 2015, it was more like everyone was like, oh, I guess it's time to finally get off whatever we were using before and move to React. That was like that was the time period. And but for in the agency side of things, it was just like this is like it's just kind of outside of the scope or the area that you're doing this stuff, just because like the control, the amount of content you're pushing out, just the I guess workflows even with designers and different kind of patterns.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't argue that you couldn't deliver that experience using React, but a lot of the tooling around React is single page application based and starts from that mindset. So yeah, the defaults there are very important.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. As I said, I'm just trying to like paint that picture a bit. So then we're kind of like enter 11D, right? So I guess my first question was, did you get to use 11D at projects at this agency, or was it just kind of like one of those things where you're like, oh, this would be really, really freaking cool, and then by the time you like make it, like, sorry, I'm talking to my own experience. By the time you make it, you've actually moved on to something else. But no, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, filamentgroup.com is written with 11D. That was previously a Jekyll site. I don't know how much we used it in actual client work because right around the time that 11D started to take off, I started working at Netlify. So
Right,
yeah,
right.
just the timing there was a little
Yeah,
different.
how long have you been with Netlify? Because yeah, for those who don't know, Zach is like the like before I joined Netlify, there and I was talking to them for a little bit. I had no clue what the role was or what I was going to do, and then all they could do was they could point me at Zach because Zach is the first of his kind essentially. Where we have a framework maintainer getting to basically work full time on open source. So, but you didn't start at Netlify like that. So, yeah, just speak to that.
Yeah, right. So I started at Netlify 2.5 years ago, and I was hired on to do the marketing sites. So we have a bunch of different marketing properties at Netlify. We have the .com site, not to be confused with the app, which is a separate team. But we have Jamstack properties as well, Jamstack.conf, Jamstack.org, and a lot of different microsites just for, just small marketing things that we wanted to do. So like your year on Netlify project was one of the big ones. And then we also had like 1 million developers when we hit 1 million at Netlify. We did a little microsite for that too. So yeah, just a lot of little microsites and some larger, longer term properties as well.
That makes sense. And but even 11D itself really fits so well with like Netlify's Jamstack kind of mentality in that. So I mean, I guess I imagine it wasn't too long before like there's just such a nice what it was synergy kind of work together thing there.
Yeah, it was really interesting when I came to work at Netlify specifically. There were a lot of fans of 11D already here, and that's probably why I was able to get a job here. So, um, yeah, that was kind of the secret. So didn't really take a lot of convincing for folks on the marketing team to use 11D because 11D was already here. But when I did start, we did do a rewrite of the .com property or the www property from Hugo to 11D. And that was kind of one of the first huge projects that I worked on here.
Nice, nice. And yeah, so things just evolved. You were doing some 11D work at Netlify, using 11D to do work for Netlify, doing all this stuff. How has this changed in the last few months where now you are, you know, work, you get to, you get to come in every day to work on 11D specifically?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack with this question because I think about it a lot. Yeah, I mean, the requirements are marginally different because I basically set the roadmap exclusively. But I still do a lot of discussions with the old marketing team about what they want and bug fixes that they need in. So, I mean, there's some synergy, if I can use that word, in the space as well. But I think that the biggest difference for me is that, well, there's probably two big differences. And one is that I just feel less burned out
I can
because
relate.
I'm not managing two separate jobs. Because it felt like when I was doing the marketing sites before, it was I was doing two things simultaneously, right? I have these sites that I need to deliver for Netlify, and then I also have to maintain and deliver new features for 11D. And so that I don't know, weighs on you. It's hard to manage both. And now that I get to do it full time, I feel more energized. I have to like stop myself at the end of the day so that I don't work overtime. Um, yeah, and it's just different. I definitely do less hacking at night too, which is not as, I mean, I would say that's probably a con, but it also, I don't know, keeps me more fresh during the day as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sometimes I've got some like terrible stuff I'd like do at night, and then I'd like wake up the next morning, and it's funny because I wasn't working on Solid at the point. I'd like have to go into Marco, but I'd be like, "What the hell did I do? Like, what was that?"
Yeah, I mean, just even context switching on a full night's rest can be difficult. So, yeah, I'm definitely doing less context switching now too, which is really nice.
Yeah, and that's awesome. No, and yeah, I'm glad to hear it. See, I've asked Zach this question offline before because like even before I joined on Netflix, I was trying to ask him, and I'm like, oh, so it's been a month now or so. What's the catch? And he's like, what, I don't like he's like, no, there's no catch. Like he's like, I have no clue. I'm just like so ecstatic every day I get to go to work on my passion project, and yeah, it's funny because I'm now like more in the position he was in when I asked him that question. I can understand where his answer was coming from. That's awesome to hear, and I'm super stoked that we've been able to have this opportunity to do this kind of work. It's amazing. So again, thank you, Matt, and all the Netlify team.
Yeah, plus one. This is the best job I've ever had.
Yeah. So enough Netlify love for a moment. Let's turn this back around to 11D because yeah, like I told you, I barely even know what a static site generator is. So that's might be a good place to start. I'm gonna pull up the docs screen for 11D just because, well, I can. Not that I'm probably going to speak to it yet. Where am I? No, that's not right. This is it. Here we go. But just like we don't have to speak to what's on screen here. I'm just to start off with, like, what is a static site generator? Like, what does it do?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of 11D specifically as it just takes a folder of files and then transforms them into a website. And that's really all there is to it. I mean, at its core, it takes HTML as an input and gives HTML as an output. And there's a lot of additions on top of that, obviously, but
Right.
that's it. That's the core of it.
Right, which is interesting because you mentioned something that, just like on the surface, the input's the same as the output. So what is it doing, right? I'm gathering that the input obviously isn't just HTML, it's HTML plus other stuff. But maybe we'll look at that in a minute. But okay, so broad definition, it takes basically a bunch of files on your system and turns it into a website. Okay. And I guess you were mentioning already that 11T was very inspired by Jekyll. Some people in chat are actually already asking me, like, they're like, "Hey Ryan, what, will you ever look at Hugo, and how does basically how does 11D compare to other static site generators?" Or someone was like, why is it hard to convince people to switch from Hugo to 11D? Like, I don't know any of this stuff, honestly. But like,
Yeah, so I would say that, I mean, Hugo is a legend in the space in terms of the speed that you can get out of the tool. It's by far the fastest tool to generate files. And yeah, it's just, you can get incredible speed out of Hugo. Not everyone likes Go syntax and Hugo syntax, so that's really the space that 11D occupies, is that we're just marginally slower than Hugo, but in JavaScript.
right.
And we get a lot of projects that like to live in that space as well, because there's a lot of benefit that you can get from having JavaScript, or the same language in the client space and the server space at the same time. But it's really dangerous how different frameworks leverage that.
Right. Okay. I'm just gonna go here. So I'm just pulled up the doc site here, and I'm just kind of browsing a little bit just to understand, because we're still talking. Okay. So input. Here's our input, right? HTML, Markdown, 11T JS files. Oh, interesting that. Liquid templates and nunchucks and handlebars and mustache and EJS. Basically every templating language. I used a lot of Pug back in the day, but a ton of different templating languages. Markdown, whatever the special JavaScript format thing you have going on is. And that's kind of what our system is. And then we get our site out on the other side. So yeah, a lot of testimonials. Let's see here. I mean, there's some command line instructions and some tutorials, but if I was just wanting to be like, okay, I guess the first question is, when do I want to use a tool like this? Like, what type of site am I going to be building here?
I mean, that's a very contentious question. I know a lot of folks sort of buy into the apps versus websites dichotomy. I don't necessarily buy into that as much as I feel like a lot of people do. And so I kind of believe that you can use 11D for any kind of site, even if you're building an app. I mean, obviously we don't have the integrations in 11D specifically to do like the nice page transitions that you would need if you need to maintain state on your page when you're doing navigations. So that's not built in, but again, I would say that the tooling kind of drives the output. The defaults that you have in your tooling drives the output.
Right.
So I would say traditionally folks have used 11D for content-driven sites,
Right.
but I would not say that 11D cannot be used to build apps.
Right. It's just at the baseline, you have basically a multi-page app, right? An MPA.
Yep.
Right. So you got multiple pages, and I guess it's static. So it's not even like you have Express generally routing in the background. You'll deploy that to a CDN, and then you just hit a bunch of different assets essentially, and that's what you see in your website. Maybe deployed to Netlify, like we were talking about. Maybe deployed to some other places as well. But that's essentially it.
Yeah, and we have a deployment page on our docs that kind of lists all the different options.
Yeah, how are these structured? We've got using data, which is a big part, which we'll probably talk about. Talking templates, templating languages, plugins. Partial hydration. I'll ask you about that later. And yeah, sorry, you said deploy. Will I find the word deployment? Yes, I will.
Yeah,
right, I mean, they're getting started.
I really feel like, and I know a lot of folks have started with the starter projects that we have, but I mean, I really feel like the best way to get started with 11D is to build a project from scratch. And that's how you know everything that goes into it, and are kind of best informed about what the tool is doing. A lot of times when you get a starter project, you get a lot of extra tooling that a lot of more opinionated tooling that comes in, and you don't really know how all the pieces fit together. So, I mean, really, I do kind of encourage folks to build something from scratch rather than start from a starter template. But we do have an official like base blog
Okay.
that
Yeah.
is like one of our primary starter templates that's available.
Yeah. I mean, for my own selfish sake, I might go starter template here just to see the different pieces rapidly. But yeah, I mean, that's a fair point because I guess, and it's kind of stepping back a bit. When you have something so baseline, so like extensible, as you were
Mm.
talking about, so kind of agnostic, it's almost more of a platform than like just a library or like framework. Like, because it's, I don't know if it's as much of a framework because it's not necessarily prescriptive, but it's definitely more than a library, right? In a sense, like I don't know how it fits into this, but from what you've described, like you have to keep like considerations pretty wide, if that's the best way I can put it. Is that
Yeah, I
accurate?
mean, yeah, so you could build your own static site generator on top of 11D that has more opinions. And that's really what I think a lot of folks have done with the starter projects. So that's like their 11D based configuration. Um, so yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, but I really do feel like the 11D needs to serve the baseline use case of someone wanting to so let me just step back a little bit because
Yeah.
when a beginner first starts to create a website and they know nothing about creating a website, really, I think a lot of folks should start with just a basic HTML file on their file system and opening it in their web browser without a web server at all. And I think as projects evolve, you might get a couple of different HTML files on your site, or you might add a web server on top of it. And really, 11D wants to live in the space right above. I have a bunch of HTML files that I'm manually editing. Um,
Yeah, that's
and
you're taking me back at first because that I mean that is where it started. I was on a Windows machine and had like Notepad, and then you would copy this kind of code you got somewhere or to get started, make some HTML tags, you stick them in the file, and then you'd save it on your desktop, and then you'd open Netscape, and then like, ta-da, and then I remember the feeling of that because like it's like it's kind of almost like the simplest sort of programming you're ever going to do because you immediately go, okay, I can add something. Now I added some text, and then you press refresh, and it was right there. I mean, I learned C and like the other programming languages first, and there's that compile step and all that. And I think that was like the magic of the web to begin with. So, anyways, sorry, my little side tangent, but that I don't know. I do. It was kind of funny because I have actually seen over time, especially when I was training new grads out of university, there's like a split. Like that, what you just said to me makes complete sense to me and how I learned the web. But there's also like this weird split where I was getting like comp sci grads, and they were just like going to HTML was like really weird to them. They're like, "Where's main? Where's main?" And this is just like a completely meta side of the thing. It got me thinking because anyways, like I could definitely relate to this, even though I'm usually more in the app space. But it's just like there's
yeah, I
like
think
this.
that dichotomy exists professionally too. I think that in my mind, it really represents as like front of the front end HTML first developers versus JavaScript first developers. And I think that there really is two different ecosystems that exist. And tooling may support one or the other. It's rare to see a tool that would support both.
And actually, the very important question before, like, we're going to start playing with an 11D project here in a minute, or just kind of get a feel for it. I must ask. I didn't even notice this at first, and it was actually David from our community who made the graphic who snuck this onto our awesome Lord of the Rings cover. But can you tell me a little bit about this possum balloon thing in the corner here?
Yeah, so I think if you click on the possum, it will take you to like the reasoning behind it.
Oh, there you go.
Um,
See, that makes sense.
yeah, so we have been rotating through different commissioned artists to create 11D mascots. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see some of the history behind it. Maybe, yep,
Oh,
right
yeah.
there. So it really started with these two on the left that came from James Williamson. He just sent me these images on Twitter, like early in the project's history. And I was like, well, he sent me the cat, and I was like, well, can you make it a possum? I don't know why I asked for a possum. I think that possums are funny. I think that the idea of a possum rooting through a garbage can is a hilarious thing and a nice metaphor for open source in general. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of the history behind it. The balloon thing was random. The cat thing was random, and then it evolved into the possum, and we just stuck with the possum.
All right. Well, that is cool. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking of the time period. I mean, like I remember Ember has the what is it, the hamster or whatever.
Yeah.
So the cute animal worked into the logo, but yeah, I see kind of evolution here. That's cool. Okay, yeah, I just had to ask because like it's got a prominent placement, and like you have like the 11D logo over here, and now you have the 11D mascot. Okay, so just
Yeah, and if you have one of our open collective supporter accounts, your avatar is rendered right in the middle of that balloon. So
very cool. Yeah, no, that is awesome. Okay, so yeah, where am I best to start? Because I mean, you mentioned we could just start with something empty, but then I'm gonna have to do the work of actually generating HTML and CSS myself, which I'm like the laziest person ever. So I am semi tempted to just look at a blog site. Would that be okay, or am
yeah,
I?
let's do it. Actually, I would love to actually go through version 2 of our 11D based blog, which I haven't really talked about at all
Oh,
yet. It's
yeah.
using the new 2.0 canaries.
Yeah, let's do 2.0. Let's I'm always about the latest stuff, so let's do 2.0. Well,
Yeah, yeah, and hopefully it'll work.
yeah, that's I mean people are used to coming and watch my stream and have stuff like mostly work but not quite. So I think this is not out of the ordinary at all. Um, that's
Yeah,
part of
so
the fun.
if you go to the starter projects, it should link you to
Did I go too far? Is it back in docs? Okay, but
yeah, you just
starter
went back.
projects.
And it's the first one linked up there.
Yes, this one.
Oh, and then it takes you to the demo, but there's a link to the repo there at the top.
Deploy to Netlify source code. Try on Stack Blitz. What should I do here?
Yeah, go to the source code probably. I don't know. Do you want to do local development?
I generally like local.
Okay.
It's a little bit easier. I like using my VS Code and whatnot.
And then
okay.
we have a V2 branch here that you can check out.
Sweet. And if I switch to our V2 without internationalization with, does it matter?
With internationalization, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would take that. Yeah.
Cool.
The other one's just a benchmarking comparison.
Gotcha. And then does this use this template still work from this branch? This should be, or is this my way
Let's see.
Okay.
I don't know. Try it out. Try it out.
And I'm just going to, it's a blog site, right? So if I call this 11T blog, because I'm not very creative, this will be a blog made in 11T. Wow. Okay. I'll make it public so everyone can laugh at me, and let's do this. Okay.
It's happening.
Yeah. All right. So now I have my initial commit. It's all in here. 11D blog baseline. Okay. Let's
put this on our showcase real quick. Just 1 second. I'm kidding.
Okay. Let's actually get this cloned. Oh, see, this is convenient because I'm too lazy to actually type anything. Although I probably could.
It doesn't seem like that's going to your.
Yeah. I know. That's the thing. I'm gonna have to do all this stuff myself anyways. Oh well. Okay. That's all good. Let's open up a VS Code here. What I got? So I'll start. Let's go new window. And where do I want to put it? Let's do examples. Okay. And actually, the easiest way to do this is probably just here. See, there we go. right. So now we have that, and let's open this up. Open examples. MD blog. Beautiful. Okay, cool. And close down. Use solid start. Yes, I trust the authors.
Ooh, you trust the authors?
Yeah. Yeah. It's an important security feature we have now.
Well, I've never seen someone say that they trusted me on that button before in live mode.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, so yeah, people are asking if I have like the default theme in VS Code. Probably. I am the worst person. Like, I know some people are like, oh yeah, I do minimal tooling. I don't really do tooling. I am even worse than those people. I install VS Code and I don't change. Like, the only thing I've changed historically is the tab versus spaces, but I've been told that I'm on the wrong side of that, which I understand. But I
gotta change all my projects to tabs.
Yeah, but that's the only thing that I ever do. But okay, so let's just not press the wrong button. Let's go full screen here. Okay, there we go. Okay, so first off, I got a bunch of stuff in here, and as you mentioned, there's a lot of stuff that comes in. And I'm not going to worry about this. I'm not going to worry about this. Let's just get up stuff, funding. Okay, so I've got some structure of something here. I've got some config files, and I got, looks like some nunchuck templating. So should I get the nunchuck extension? This is going to be part of this development experience,
It doesn't look like you're on the V2 branch for whatever reason.
Oh.
Can you just check that out real quick?
So you mean like check it out in a Git sense, not check
right.
it?
Yeah, you're using the master branch right now, or the main branch.
Do I get that when I fork the template the way I do? I do not.
Ooh.
This is part of that fun.
Fascinating.
So what I need to do is actually go to your original template. Are they just templates? Like, I can go to your original template, I can fork the original, and then I'd get your branches, essentially, instead of using the used template.
Yeah, you can just clone it, yeah.
Oh, man, I feel like...
You can just clone the original project on your local.
Part of me just wants to just not worry about this right now. Was this 11?
Yeah, just do it. Delete it.
Yeah, deleting 11t-blog. Did I not? Oh, Ryan Solid. Yeah, okay, that's right. I have to.
Yeah, that no Jekyll file is just because this this project gets deployed in a bunch of different deployment contexts.
So I think GitHub is cracking down on accidental deletions. So I actually have to use two-factor authentication here. I mean, good on them. I've heard some. I've never had to do this before, but
you're gonna type it live on the stream.
Whatever. It's one of those like this will self-destruct things, right? So yeah, no, it's crazy. Okay, so let's go back to 11t. I'm gonna go like the long way, but okay. So here. Where were we? Starters. 11t blog. Source code. And actually, I can just. I can just. I mean, I could just.
Yeah, you can.
Whatever. I'm just gonna fork it.
No. Yeah, that should give you the branches.
Yeah, it'll give me the branches. I'm not gonna wrestle with this again. So, even though technically I'm editing the actual template, I don't actually care. So let's do.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
What am I not doing right here? Okay, it's view all branches, right? What do they not? What? Okay, my knowledge of Git apparently is nothing too. I could have sworn I should get all the branches. What is going on? I know I get all the branches. I guess I can. Oh, fine.
You can just clone directly from 11t-based blog.
Yeah.
It's a public repo. You shouldn't have to copy it to your own.
Fair enough.
And we can just run it locally, he won't be able to deploy it. Well, I mean, you could push it somewhere else, but we can we can cross that bridge later.
Git not equals GitHub. Thank you, chat.
So anyway, as I was saying, this project is actually deployed on GitHub Pages and Netlify, and I think on Glitch as well. So
yeah, someone's mentioning I did use the template button. It actually grabbed the wrong branch because I'm trying to get a very specific branch off here. So
I usually just use the SSH method and copy that URL. That should give you the full version on your local host if you just clone that locally.
yeah, actually, I'm gonna use the HTTPS because I don't have access rights to your.
Oh, okay.
It's not a big deal. Okay, so let's go back. Let's rm srf all of this. Let's git clone this. And if everything works properly, I should be able to just check out the right branch, which is v2. Let's open. Okay, LMT base blog. Yes, I trust the author again. And what branch is this?
It's v2.
Just v2?
Yeah.
Check out, what is it? /b v2. You can tell how little. Okay.
All right.
Did that work?
Seems good.
Okay, good. Okay.
Then I would do, the next thing you need to do is, well, I mean, you just need to npm install at this point.
All right.
Then you should be good to go.
Now that I've done showing everyone how little I know about anything and how I'm like the absolute worst with tooling.
I mean, everyone comes from different contexts. I really enjoy, not that I'm enjoying seeing you stumble, but I do enjoy like just seeing people with different backgrounds trying to use Eleventy because I can learn a lot. It's very good user testing, and having someone that's willing to, especially with someone with so much JavaScript expertise and JavaScript experience, and really comes from the JavaScript heavy world.
Yeah.
It's really great to see the baseline experience, the baseline installation experience.
So what I was going to ask though is nunchucks pretty valuable here? Like, should I be grabbing this templating, syntax highlighting stuff? Probably.
I don't use it, but you can try it.
Yeah, it'll probably make me like, I don't even know if VS Code makes me restart again now. Restart to update, yeah. And are we back? All right, and we're back. There you go. Okay, interesting. Sorry, I've actually never looked at it, so it's like like an interesting.
Yeah, it's just very similar to handlebars, very similar to Liquid.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of like I was gonna say it's kind of like the mustachey kind of thing, but then there's also like front matter, kind of like. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, the front matter thing is similar to Jekyll.
But
yeah, and you can use a bunch of different front matter formats as well. You don't have to use YAML if you don't like YAML.
But now that I'm in this project, I jumped right to page list, and there's tags list. What is this a good place to start, or should I start somewhere else? Like what is this stuff?
I'd start on the index page. The index is the home page, so index.nunchucks.
Right. Okay.
And that is, I mean, I think the best place or the best thing to do next is probably just to start it up, get it running, and see what it looks like. So npm start will do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And we are on 8080. Okay.
Can you close this? It doesn't look like the new version still.
Okay. Does not look like the new version still.
Yeah, this is browser sync. V2. Did you npm install before you switched to V2?
Maybe, but no. Did I just? Oh man, the people in my chat
create a new branch.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, okay, see, I use visual tools for everything. So you know what? Let's open the repo as I have it in fork. See, this is
fork. Okay, I've been getting used to GitHub Desktop the last couple of days. I used to use SourceTree.
Yeah, I used to use SourceTree too.
Atlassian's one.
Yeah. Okay.
I had trouble with. I don't know.
We got interesting. Okay, so is my V2?
Like you have
weird. Yeah, I'm on like my own V2. Like.
Yeah, I would delete that and then just check out the V2.
So I guess switch back to main. delete that way not to do things properly with Git, and then just check this one out. Track it as v2, and that looks right. See, I should have just
npm install again. Yeah, I was wondering why the npm install seemed to take a lot longer than I would have expected.
Yeah,
the version 2 is much faster.
You've slimmed things up. Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Now,
there we go. That's right there.
And it says canary. That's the secret code word.
That's what you want to see.
All right, so we're going to bring that over, and then I'm going to bring this over, and then we're going to bring this in here. I'll just put it right in here. All right, so now that we've struggled with stuff, we'll talk about that later.
Oh no.
We have a blog, and we have a home, and we have an archive, and yeah, we've got some MPA navigation, about me. I am a person that writes stuff. Sounds good. And a few example blog posts. This is interesting. So I just started to do this. Does the build just happen in the background? Because nothing is being served dynamically. Did MTN start actually build the stuff, or was it already there, or what?
Yeah. So when you start with 11D, it generates all of your output into the _site folder. And those are all static files, and then we just start a very lightweight. We have an 11D dev server that we use.
Okay.
It's new in 2.0, and that just serves the static files.
Does the dev server do cool stuff, like where it only regenerates the stuff that changes and all that kind of cool thing?
Well, the build is separate from the dev server, so the build is in charge of what is generated in the _site folder, and the dev server really just serves static files, but then it also injects the library loader JavaScript and does a very light touch on some of the reload client stuff.
Reload client, I have some CSS coming in, and I have an HTML. So this is a JavaScript-less page beyond getting hot reloading working, so that you can do some live changes. Okay, cool. So I got the kind of feel for the shape of the site. We have some tabs, pretty typical.
Do you have I'm seeing an extra network request. This is for a web font. There's no web font in this project. It must be on one of your
extensions.
Yeah.
Where is this coming from? I mean, we can do.
I mean, we don't need to debug it now, but
let's do something.
I would just be wary of that if you're running other benchmarks in Chrome.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. I can never use the main one. Yeah, it's this CS2. Yeah, it's from an extension, clearly. Okay, cool. So yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. That's my money. You don't want to see that. Okay. Way not to close down Windows, Ryan. Okay, so but I get this basic structure of the project, and there's an archive page for, I guess, old blogs, and this is just a bunch of placeholder stuff. And then when I click to it, I have blog ID, pattern, some tags. Oh, okay, cool. So there's tags too. So there's a bit of functionality in this project. See all tags. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Tags and other tags. So it looks like we have a blog with blog name or slug, and then we have tags with tag names or tag slug, and then we have a few top level listing type pages and about me. Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing that's kind of interesting here is that if you go to the 4th post, there's some internationalization in here as well.
Ooh.
So it's at the bottom. There's a Spanish version of this blog post, and it just adds a new slug at the beginning. And yeah, this is one of the new features that we're kind of going in deep on the new version 2 of the blog.
Nice. Okay. So let's look at this and see what we're actually dealing with. Okay, again, solid start, go away. All right. So so what do we got here? So we started with our first thing is this project structure. Yeah, that must have been confusing. The project structure changed now. So I do not have
Yeah, so all of your content is in the English folder, which is the EN language code.
Got you. Makes
And then if you
sense.
want to supplement with Spanish content, there's an ES folder as well.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, because there's only some Spanish content, not all the Spanish content.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, but
So we actually look at build time to see what is available for internationalized content and only show that.
so and then I guess you do some amount of auto aliasing on the routes and stuff because like I didn't see en when I was navigating around because
Right.
like it knew that en was the default or based on whatever reason.
Yeah, so one of the unique features about 11D specifically is we have this thing called a data cascade, and that means you can set data for an entire folder of templates using a file name convention. So you'll notice that we have this en folder,
Yeah.
and then you'll notice inside of that en folder we have an en.11ddata.js file, and this sets data that can be used in every single one of the templates in this folder, and it cascades it for you automatically. So inside of all the templates in our en folder, we have this lang property that we set that sets the lang on the HTML element. And then permalink it controls where the file ends up in the output. So this is a little bit complex. I'll probably simplify
Right.
this before it gets shipped stable, but really what's happening here is it's removing the en from the beginning of the output target before it decides where to put it in the output folder.
And I can go to underscore site at any time to actually see the output, right? This is
Correct,
this
yeah.
is the right place. Yeah. Okay, that
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
the live.
Okay, cool.
That's
cool.
what gets deployed after your Netlify build is done.
Right. Okay. Sweet. So then, and we got some generated stuff. Then we were looking at post feeds, and then we have So the base one, there is actually no en folder. It is just the base one, and then es has it right there. Okay. All right. But you have this ability to do this mapping of kind of tying the stuff together.
Yeah, and you can do that for anything that you want to be available as data throughout your templates. So
Right.
there's some configuration you can do as well to set options on a per folder level, so you don't necessarily have to do all or nothing when you're building your site.
Right. So what I'm looking at here, and I think this will help me with the data flow right straight up, because obviously there's some stuff I'm gathering that are used for informing what's this metadata location type stuff for the routing.
Well, that key specifically is used for looking up the string that's going to show up in your navigation for internationalized content. So
Okay.
I think that is actually in your 11D config file in the root. I think that might be where there's like an it's an i18n.js file. And that's just the internationalized content for stuff that shows up in your layouts.
Okay, cool. So like this is kind of like a map of okay, cool. And then getting back around to here, collections. Is this a where are these coming from? Just out of curiosity, is this something that is?
Yeah, so collections is something provided by 11D as a means for you to group content together. So anytime you set a tag in your front matter or in whatever data template data that you want to set, there's a bunch of different methods to set template data, but we'll just talk about front matter just to keep it simple. So if you set a tag inside of your front matter, that will put that template into a collection for you, so you can group a bunch of different content together. So if you look in the blog folder in our GIMP right there, there's a blog.json file, and that controls the tags for all of the posts in here, so you don't need to set it individually on all.
Right. Otherwise, you would have maybe something per, but this gives you a global way of doing it for this whole folder.
Yeah, and it will merge those arrays for you.
Perfect. Right.
If you have different ones.
So then we got the blog, and this blog looks like it's Markdown MD. Nice. Okay, that makes sense. And then the layout that this feeds into is in our layouts folder, which
that will be in your underscore includes folder in your root.
Okay.
The includes folder is just kind of like a catch-all for stuff that won't be built as separate templates. So
So like reusable stuff. I mean, I've used this
Yeah.
kind of pattern in Pug and stuff before, and I see it's like part of the. Is this like this is a special folder or is this a convention?
It is a special folder. You can change the name of the folder in your configuration file, but it is a special folder that just gets ignored when we're looking for templates to build when we glob the file system.
Makes sense. Okay, so then we have some layout partials here where we can see like. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. Oh.
Yeah. So if you go to base, actually,
This is
maybe
where...
the surprising thing about the data cascade might show up here, because you can actually use data variables set in your content templates inside of layout files. So if you look at this at the very top, we set the lang attribute on the HTML tag using that lang property, and that gets set inside of a data cascade folder in our content. So you do have access to those variables that can get set lower down in your data cascade.
That makes sense. Okay, that's cool. And then, so this base template is actually like this is like every page because it's the HTML tag, and our index uses layouts home. And if I'm gonna guess,
yeah, so
home,
those chain together, yeah.
And home uses layout base, and interesting. So basically, all home does over base is just provides an insertion point.
Well, just no. The only thing this layout is doing, and I might delete this in the final version, but the only thing this layout is doing is setting a template class data property for all of the templates that use it. So if you go into that base again, you can see template class, and that's just a class. If you search for template class in this file, that just outputs a class on your main element that you can use for styling.
Right. Okay. So it composes
page-specific styling.
It composes that way, and then this is literally putting the base content in, which is okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's the way it composes.
Yeah. So you'll see in base Nunjucks, that base Nunjucks file, you'll see a content output as well.
Oh, okay. So it is named
together however you want.
So
yeah. So if you go scroll down, it's probably near the bottom.
It's the last one. Yeah.
There it is.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So
you can chain those layouts together however you want.
Okay, makes sense. So okay, okay, yeah, just getting my bearings here. So this makes sense. It's funny. I feel like I'm like the chat's not saying a ton right now, except yeah, it reminds me a lot of Mustache. But I guess we're just doing the nunchucks way of doing things. Like
Nunjucks, yeah.
Yeah. So like,
but it'll feel very similar to Liquid.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, interestingly, the netlify.com site is built using Vue components, which statically render. So all of the Netlify www site is Vue single file components that get generated. So, I mean, there are options to use other things as well.
Interesting. Okay. So you're saying it's like server rendered Vue, but like it doesn't hydrate, or?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but people just like their templating language, and you can just kind of slot it in. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so yeah, okay, so this is kind of like our baseline, and then okay, what I'm seeing here though is we have some pages so far. So this site is sort of it's kind of one for one, right? Like if I write a new blog post, I like writing my blog posts in Markdown. I do that when I work on Dev 2. I just pop it in here, and then because of some of the nunjucks code that I have, like an index or whatever, it'll go, okay, with the tag, now it's part of this collection, and now the next time that the index page generates, my new blog post will be part of the page. Okay.
Yeah, so if you want to do a one-to-many output, then you'll use a feature that we have called pagination, and I think you can see that in the tags list file.
Perfect.
In the right there. Nope, tags file. Sorry. And so this will generate a page for each. It will just iterate over the array that we have set up, or this collection that we. Nope. Let me backtrack. we'll iterate over this object that we have to store the collections, and it will give us a page for every key in our collections. We have some that are filtered out, but yeah, so this is basically like a no configuration
Nice.
tag page.
It's funny because I've actually played around a little bit building stuff, not in like 11T or something like built for this purpose, but like I built a very simple blog site in Marco for a tutorial, right? And these are Marco obviously is one of those kind of like Vue where it's like an HTML, or Svelte where it's like an HTML first experience. You drop in that and then you add functionality. But coming up with stuff like pagination and all, like you had to kind of do this all yourself. To be fair, it's a dynamic serve versus static gen, but it was just one of those kind of things. So so we can do the tags, and these tags are different than the other tags we were talking about here, right? But essentially,
no, they're the same.
They're the same. Okay.
Yeah. So the weird part of this is that our collections object has an entry. Excuse me. It's just an object with a key for every tagged collection. So if we have 3 different tags, we'll have 3 different entries in our collections object. And this generates a page for every key in that object. Cool. So I understand that's probably not the best place to start with pagination, because usually when I teach pagination, it's just like you're iterating over an array and you're generating a page for each entry in that array. But
I mean,
it's the same thing, but for an object.
We can see it. Like there is no tags source folder here, but when I go inside our site, we have generated pages per tag. So okay. That makes sense, and that's very powerful to have these kind of things built in. Because like part of me when we first started, like when I first was like doing this, I'm like, what kind of demo or what kind of thing can I do? And I'm like, how this stuff so far is all structural based, right? Like it's based on like we have rules and we follow those rules. We set the rules and then we're good. We add a new page, it does this. We add a new tag, we generate these pages. We get so much content, we paginate on it. We basically set this up, and it lets you just very easily add new content, and it just builds from there. I guess when the Hacker News demo came in my head, I was like, well, maybe I could just grab the last, I don't know, 30 postings and do that. Like how do like external data sources and stuff kind of play into this kind of generation? Like I guess there's 2 ways. Obviously there's the dynamic way in the client, but let's pretend that once you get the data, once you won't need to generate it again. Is like, or am I just talking in like a completely different space?
I don't know. It makes sense. So usually we use JavaScript data files to do API fetches, and we have some plugins that will cache those locally for us as well, so we can we don't hit our API rate limits or whatever. So yeah, we have an 11D fetch plugin that is just like a light wrapper around node fetch, but really where you want to start is with global data files, I think. So you can make an underscore data folder, and files in that folder dictate the global data that's available to all of your templates. So because this file specifically, we have metadata.json up, the file name here is a convention that then controls the variable name that's available inside of your template. So you can use metadata.title in your templates, and it will just pull from this file. And you can use a JSON file here, or you can use a JavaScript file and do a dynamic API.
Cool. And I can just name it whatever I want. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, okay. So like baseline, you have the data, and someone like, again, very much on that file kind of thinking way where you're like, okay, well, I'm going to add some new data and then this stuff's going to get generated. That's the baseline. The second tier is like, I'm going to fetch that data from an API and write it to file, so then that it generates, and I can just add more data later and just append to it. But it's still like the extension of this kind of, as you said right at the beginning, input files in, website out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting the flow of this.
Yeah. So it's all part of the data cascade. So global data exists at a different layer than our template data files or our directory data files, and all of the data gets merged together when we render these templates. So
Is there like a structured nesting going on? Like you mentioned this global data, and I'm looking at global data right now. Everything we've done is like like it's a little different. Like I'm like if you're in the blogs section, is there data only available to blogs? Like does the folder structure kind of lend into this kind of subnesting?
yeah, that's exactly what the data cascade does. So those are directory data files. So any this blog JSON is a good example of that. When the file name .json matches the name of the folder that you're in, we use that as a directory data file. So any data that you set inside of blog.json there will apply to all of our blog posts, and you can use it just directly inside of our blog posts.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm approaching this at a very like detached high level, but this is helping me at least see it. There's some questions coming in from chat. How is global? Is it pass through props or imported? Yeah. How is this? It's just global available in the template, and it's the, if I got it right, is it the hierarchy of this merging that'll determine almost like context, like what you end up with in the end, like it's.
I mean, I feel like that question is a little bit hard to answer because we haven't gotten into anything at the component level yet. Are we conflating components and templates?
Okay.
Or maybe if we could get some clarification around the question.
Yeah. No, just not sure. Like I guess the question, we've been looking at pages and how we can generate them from Markdown and Nunjux templates. Is there a concept of components, or is that just like, is that like a detail that's
so those are handled at the plugin level, and that kind of gets into the islands component that we kind of showed earlier in the documentation. And if we want to talk about components, we can do that. We can switch, but I think, I mean, just to try and answer the original question, just from the context that I think we're at, I think that when you set something in global data, it's available throughout all of your templates. It's globally available to your templates, so you can use it anywhere inside of your templates. So if you have a component that renders on the client or on the server, you can use that global data the same as you would in any other template language. But yeah, the template just needs to know how to inject data in 11D.
You just said on the client or on the server. Everything we've seen so far is completely server. What did you mean by that? Is there is this all plugin type stuff?
So maybe the next best thing is to answer that question, the best is probably just good to go to the 11D island documentation.
This is a relatively new feature too, right? That we're talking about here. I saw you post something, and I think it was like April or May. It was only a few months ago that you were kind of playing around this. Although I've heard of libraries or plugins built on top of 11D, like familiar with Ben and Slinkity and whatnot. But you kind of made an example where, we talked about data. Was it just an example, or
it's in the plugins? Yeah, down at the bottom. There it is.
Okay, one second. What I'm going to do is, give me 2 seconds, Zach, just because I like doing this for cutting points. Partial hydration. I'm going to put this banner.
I like the question mark.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because this is a conversation that we've been having a lot more recently, right? Like you've been building sites, you've been adding JavaScript as you see needed. So like you build your 11D site, you write some JavaScript, maybe import it into a file, put in some script tags, whatever you need. And like hydration isn't even a question because like you just include the JavaScript you need and then it does what it needs. So why, like there's nothing to hydrate. It just like there's no need for hydration if you just have JavaScript on a page. But
yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess the question comes in, and why people are curious about this is the push to being like, can I use my JavaScript framework in 11D, right?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the next step beyond the island web component that we have delivered now. We will likely deliver a server-side framework plugin for rendering different server-side frameworks to use with this plugin. Right. I mean, right now it's basically your hydrating, if you will, like server rendered markup. And you're doing that either using client-side rendering of server templates, or you can generate. So, I mean, it's hard to even talk about this because all of the different frameworks do it a little bit differently. And we
Right.
have a bunch of different frameworks that we support in this demo even. So it's hard to make to use these terms when you're speaking more generally about like 5 or 6 frameworks at the same time.
Yeah, no,
Um,
that's fine. Okay, so what I'm following here is this is a very generic mechanism, though. Like essentially, at its core, this island thing that we're looking at here is literally just how should I put it? It's just like a way of isolating a certain portion of the DOM and a script tag with it, essentially, so that it can have the behavior of progressive loading, and you don't really care what the JavaScript does, right? That like the baseline example of this could be vanilla JS or jQuery type thing, and it doesn't actually hydrate, but what you did accomplish was lazy load it on visible.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. I mean, the kind of the interesting piece of this is how it fits in with web components. So Island is a web component, and the web component controls how the child content gets initialized inside of here. So maybe the most interesting technical piece of the Island's web component itself, is that it automatically will, behind the scenes, hide any child web components inside of here for you, and so that it can initialize them later. So, I mean, there is some fancier, like, I don't know, web component hydration things happening here, because if you put any web component inside of an island, it won't initialize until these loading conditions are met.
Okay.
Um,
So I guess, yeah. I mean, just because I'm familiar with islands and this kind of stuff, the interesting part here is like when I'm doing this with Quick or Astro or whatever, like Mark, like when we have those boundaries, they are actually follow the rules very similar to web components. Even React Server components actually follow this kind of this shadow DOM type enclosure where the parent is essentially responsible for the children because of like the way that it wraps. But that's because those components have internalized state. Like it's not it's like, how should I put it? It's like the if I put this in a web component perspective, this is about authoring, not what we actually output, because we probably output something very similar to this. But from an authoring standpoint, you make your component, like whatever it is, like, and this is a nested example, which takes me back to like my Hacker News comments thing in the toggle switch, is you make a island, let's say, that adds the ability to collapse some comments. Let's say it adds JavaScript to collapse comments. But the thing is, in those things, the component has the logic to do the collapsing and the statefulness to do the collapsing, and the children you pass to it are actually static, rendered by the parent. And in so we have this separation of zones, because you know that anything passed as a child is static because it's coming from the server, and you can actually put other islands inside that, and they get treated independently because they're not part of the same tree. Like basically the internals of like the component are in a separate like shadow tree compared to the parents like light DOM coming through. Whereas I hope that makes sense to people. Yeah, losing viewers. Yeah, no. What I'm getting at is the difference on this is that it's the web component that is the mechanism here. So isIsland has nothing internal to it. So you have to be aware of all children, which means that like there isn't like the classic like
No, it doesn't.
slotting. Like is that like the different like because like this island isn't like if this island had children, they would be here, right? Not inside, not inside the component where I can't see it.
Oh, you're talking about Shadow DOM?
Yeah, exactly. Like this is not a shadow DOM. Is this a shadow DOM mechanism? Like, I guess is my question. Like, or
No, no, no. This has nothing to do with Shadow DOM.
right,
This is all about Light DOM and controlling the initialization of Light DOM content. I mean, you can have web components that use Shadow DOM internally, but you need some like top level like tag name for those to contain the Shadow DOM. And 11e will lazy initialize those using the same mechanism, because it all comes down to this like colon defined mechanism in web components, like whether or not a component has been registered in the component registry as a valid web component controls whether it gets initialized.
right, yeah, and
it doesn't need to know like what child components are available, and it doesn't even need to know like well, maybe I should backtrack a little bit, but yeah. So
this was just the thing that like struck me immediately in terms of the difference here is because even though they don't use the actual shadow DOM in like the framework's perspective of like their zones, it's almost like the framework's equivalent to the shadow DOM. Like you have like a React component. This is not like the output, for example, from Astro is probably more similar to this, not using the shadow DOM, but like the way you author it is like the React component has its internals, like as if it's in the shadow DOM, and then the slotted children are kind of owned by the parent, and that's how it knows where the separation is between where the island starts and ends, so to speak. Whereas if I'm understanding this, is you're looking for I guess the island tag and the specific marker here or whatever to know where the child islands are, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. This code right here is just a first party web component.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Because as I said, mechanically, this is how it works. It's like a subtle difference on authoring, and then you're saying that this web component has to be like, the idea is you use this with web components as well. So this will be smart enough not to initialize, because this kind of makes sure that doesn't happen.
Yep.
Gotcha. And like, is it similar like script tags inside here, or is this mainly a web component mechanism?
Yeah, so we have an additional feature if you scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
That will let you run your own custom JavaScript. So
Type.
We just change the type and then swap it.
We got Astro in the chat.
Hey, what up? Y'all want to do a code tweet?
That was awesome, by the way. I might mention that later, but that was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, Fred and I had been DMing about that for a while.
Yeah, no, I actually loved all the love. I actually almost want to just see if I can find it right now again, although I might have to do a quick search because it's not on my quick links that I have right now. Astro. Let's look here. I guess I go to 11. Do you guys both have it?
I learned a couple of things about code tweets that I did not know before that. It turns out like when you post a code tweet, the original poster gets all of the replies. I didn't see any of the replies until I went in here.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because all the replies are just to one account, which doesn't seem like it's in the design goals of code tweets. I would have expected both authors to see.
I mean, this is awesome, but if you actually look down, this is one of the most heartwarming things I've seen. Like, it's such a contrast to the feeling of the previous week on Twitter. You guys, yeah, this is awesome to see, but just watch this.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Like, Quick and Marco in here doing fist bumps too. Like this is like the whole the whole like Zero.js by default crowd, the MPA alliance, if you'd call it. And I thought this was just like such a like share the love kind of thing. I
Yeah,
remember,
we need code tweets to support 4 or 5 different accounts.
yeah, well, exactly.
We
That's
can
the
all
thing.
do one together.
That's what happened. Fred was like, I checked, guys. I'm sorry. I could only do. We could only do two on it. But I mean, everybody was here. I just thought this was just so. Maybe the real static site builder was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, to me, that comment's very interesting too, because you can have zero JavaScript without a static site.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't need to be.
And in fact, these guys aren't really static site generators.
Yeah.
But they're also on the 0 KB.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, no.
Teamwork.
Yeah, no. This was just such a like love fest. I don't know. I was super stoked about this. Anyways, made me very happy to see. But okay, yeah, like this is cool. I'm so auto init. So you have a way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like another interesting point here is that again, I worked on netlify.com for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, and that was using server rendered Vue components or server rendered Vue single file components. But really, for the client stuff, we were generating just web components. It was all web components for any client-side interactive stuff that we wanted to build. So even though we were using web or Vue components on the server side, the only thing that we're using on the client is web components. So yeah, I really feel like web components is kind of the next step once we get declarative shadow DOM. It will be the next step that we can take in terms of the zero JavaScript baseline experience.
Yeah, in terms of getting interoperability, this is a place where web components actually really, really flourish because they set the clear boundaries. Like, and what I was talking about the shadow DOM and that in terms of authoring, because like this is a DOM level contract on where that split is. You know, like you don't have to do anything. You should see some of the fun stuff that we do to do this kind of insertion stuff in JavaScript frameworks that take care of it. Stuff like Quick or maybe even after, but I know Marco definitely, where we kind of like streaming is a big part of what we do in Marco, and we like can't do certain things with web components. Otherwise, we'd be like all over them. Like the declarative shadow root doesn't support streaming, and won't when it comes out. So it's like, so you end up doing like funny things where you're almost faking the templating mechanism of the shadow like DOM insertions and stuff. And the web component APIs, like this is one place where they could just take care of that for us, completely. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I've kind of avoided shadow DOM for a long time because I didn't feel like it had the correct baseline JavaScript experience that I wanted, or the correct progressive enhancement experience that I wanted. So really, I just put everything in light DOM, and I still get a ton of benefit out of doing that. So
yeah,
I'm happy with that.
And I think I think anyone who's on like coming on from the more static side of things, I mean, this is a little bit off topic, and we're talking a little bit. I've got Astro in here in the crowd, but they're new. They just had their 1.0 release, and like this is basically a static site, and this is like the interactivity here, this little card thing, and I forget if I can see it here, but literally I think there's like one hero card. Yeah, it's just a light DOM web component. That they didn't bother put a framework on this page. They just did like a light DOM web component. And I mean, a cynic might point out that like it's like a easy way of packaging up mutation observer, but like that's all we ever asked for, right? We're just like, tell me when this DOM element mounts. Like I mean, that I don't want to get into that debate. But there's like a whole debate that if we literally gave an API to tell people when elements mount and gave people a way to do scope styling, like that would have taken care of like 90% of the stuff. But I mean, that's a conversation for another day. I was actually on a panel on web components about a week ago, and it was supposed to be the state of web components, but it was like put Justin from Lit and I guess one of the guys from Stencils in a room with a bunch of framework authors and see
Oh
how
no.
see how that goes.
How was it?
I mean, if you want to watch, everyone was civil. I got to give them credit there. But if and Justin handled himself perfectly, like to make sure, like it's like there's a little bit of heat coming in there. But if you want to see like a modern version of that debate, check out that dot media stream from last week, because there's a lot of perspectives of where the future of the web will go. But the truth of the matter is, there are definitely places where the mechanics of web components are very, very valuable.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this, yeah, I'm just seeing here, like, so this is funny because like I'm literally seeing a vscope on here, like, kind of.
Yeah, that's petite viewed syntax there.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of fitting into it as the wake up point. Exactly. I was gonna say this is view right here, and this all kind of just slides in, and then you got like a couple examples. Yeah. Oh, doing Svelte must have been fun because of the compiler bit, but I guess as long as you can hook it into a build step plugin, then you can do it. And then
Yeah, I really like Svelte compiler. It's really nice.
yeah, and yeah, most of the little petite type libraries in here. That's cool. And you actually, if I remember, people should check out this video. Maybe the demo's here. You literally just you did the thing, right, where you put all the frameworks on the same page. Yeah, of course you did the thing.
Well, actually, I don't think all of the frameworks are on the same page, but yeah, there's demo pages.
I mean, one of the cool things about MPAs is that like let's face it, you don't want to put every framework on every page. Like you just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. You know what I mean? There's a great, someone paraphrased some quote, but it's like just because you can put every framework on the page doesn't mean you should put every framework on the page. But
yeah.
But that being
I mean, I came from like even before I was working in an agency, I worked at a giant like Fortune 200 company that was enterprise software, and they were all about portals and getting everything on the same page at the same time and WYSIWYG dashboards and all that stuff. So I understand the performance history of that. I remember working on a jQuery application that had like 4 or 5 different versions of jQuery loaded on the same.
The very real thing, right? Micro frontends and all that. But on the interesting side, MPAs, in a sense, deferred off that decision a lot longer. As things got more single page app, we hit these things. Because the cool thing about an MPA is you could be like, I'm going to do this all static, and then I'm going to go to the next page, and we built our stuff all doing Vue, because we like Vue templating historically. And then, it's like 2-3 years later, and you're working on a new section, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to try this new thing with the lit web components. And you just do it on a separate page. And in that sense, you didn't put all the frameworks on the page. They might have a bunch of frameworks in the project, but essentially, you already have a bit of that isolation. Obviously, at scale, and I know this from working at eBay, like, there's no avoiding the call for, even with a optimized MPA setup, the micro front ends will catch up with you eventually at scale. It's from a maintenance thing, but it is very, very cool to just, as a starting point, like this is one place where you can use all the different frameworks, right? And hopefully the demo works. Scroll down.
Did I break the demo? What happened? Oh,
no,
there it is.
That one's fine. Okay, weird. It was like a delay. Okay. Maybe I like messed with it. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, that was just like a weird glitch. Okay. Yeah, anyway, we're all good.
I mean, to your point, I went just going back to the www.netlify site. We migrated from Hugo, and that migration was not like, it wasn't instant. It was over months and months and months. So we actually had the Hugo tech stack and the 11D tech stack running side by side as separate projects, but just controlling which got loaded via Netlify redirects and on a per route level, which project we wanted to load.
Yeah, and
You can
you
mix
can,
and match things like that.
and when you're dealing with static and you're dealing with MPAs, you can, like, you just, as long as it makes its way to the same folder or a redirect through the same routing thing, you're set. Which is really interesting, because if you want to start getting to like crazy stuff, I think we're going to see more of that coming in, kind of sort of on the with Edge on the dynamic side. So but I mean, that's also another topic. But yeah, I think that's cool, and it's cool to see this kind of consideration going in. As you said, you build a simple primitive, and now you can enable these kind of little hook-ins. Yeah,
Yeah, and there's definitely more to come in terms of like the component compilation piece of this.
yeah. Part of
Yeah, I'd
me,
like to put the Svelte compiler stuff as like a first party plugin to 11D as well.
yeah.
So
I
it
mean,
isn't one off.
yeah. Part of me is like just completely curious what like it takes to write one of these little adapters, but uses it. Yeah, is this it? Is this the Svelte?
Yeah, that's the entirety of the Svelte component, and it's mostly just around orchestrating the CSS.
Yeah.
So getting
Usually,
CSS to,
do you have an example for the same kind of example for Preact? Because I feel like Preact is always the simplest one to, or
I mean, let's see.
yeah,
Rendering mode, server only, yeah, I do.
yeah, is this,
What's that GitHub link go to? Just the HTML docs?
oh, maybe HTML docs.
Yeah, if you go up, there's all the source code is in the GitHub Island repo.
Does this
all
one
the way
have
to the top.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the same.
Yeah, I was just getting in there. Demo Preact HTML. Actually, where was this? This was in 11D Svelte plugin CJS. So if I could go here, yes. Should I have the same thing? Beautiful.
I'll go up one more.
Okay, so it's.
Okay. No, you found it. Yeah, you're right.
Add filter, Preact, refile blank, and this is for HTML. So this is super.
Yeah, this doesn't use GSX.
Yes, this is super simple. Okay, yeah, but I mean, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the most minimal thing, and it's literally get the Preact render to string call, which is how they do the server rendering. So there you go, server render the output, and then client JSS URL is target.
And that's the file that gets loaded when as part of your island initialization. So that's like the compiled component JavaScript.
Yeah. I guess what I'm missing is there's a hydrate call somewhere for the Preact demo.
Oh, that's probably the auto init stuff that's built into islands. So if you go back to the island source code, there's a couple of there, and then maybe .11d.js. No, I'll go down. Sorry, no. The E, not at the one. No, that's probably island.js. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
And then if you look for Preact in here, you'll probably see the auto in it. Oh, there it is right there.
Okay.
And so that's just the generic JavaScript that comes back for initializing the component.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, I see all the basic hydrate calls, like view mount, and yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So those are the two pieces. Okay. Then put them together. Yeah. Probably more interesting to me than other people, because I'm like calculating in my head what it'll take to get the solid integration, right?
Yes, I would have liked to get that in before I finished the demo, but yeah, I ran out of time.
It's fine.
I would still like to see it in there.
If we're going down this list, we are about next, actually. So I think we're prime for that. Although, I mean, to be fair, React isn't here, but
Yep.
Fair enough.
Sure isn't.
Okay, so let's keep on. So yeah, no, this is cool. This is really cool, and I like to see this kind of growth, right? Because this opens up another whole avenue, and it just fits into what you're doing, right? Like it just fits in. You start with HTML, you add dynamic stuff. Now you have a story to add some more interactive widgets, and it costs you nothing. Like,
Yeah, it's pretty small.
yeah. So that's cool to see. Yeah, so like I guess that's the challenge with like looking at something like 11D, right? I was talking about being a platform. I could sit here with you for hours and we could just talk about all the different features that the platform can enable, right? Like because like plugins are probably a huge thing about this, right? Because we talked about templating, we talked about data. That all makes sense to me. Could come up with examples, but I'm okay with that. But like this is the we talked about internationalization. I'm glad we did because that's a big deal. But this is probably the area where people are just like, oh, I didn't know that static could do that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we got Edge plugin. We have a very mature image plugin as well. That doesn't require any dependencies on 11D too. So I mean, even if you wanted to use this in your like node script or whatever, you could use that independent of 11D.
So is this one of those ones that generates the format? So like runs like sharp on this. Well, actually, wait. There's no server.
Yep.
How do or like how does? Yeah, actually, talk to me a bit about this because we've been talking static so far, but like an image plugin requires a server, doesn't it? Like it needs something to do the format generation, or do you do all
I
pre-gen?
mean, not necessarily. We can do it in a couple of different ways. So I use it in production in both ways. So you can do it at build time, which is the kind of the baseline usage, and there's a bunch of different performance optimizations that we have in this plugin specifically to like deduplicate calls to the same source URL and with the same options and all that stuff. So it's very fast and works great. But you can also run it in a serverless mode as well. And we do actually have like a services API section on the left hand of the documentation. If you go to the bottom, API services, and we have a bunch of different
Open Graph.
Runtime services that we host, but also just really we provide the source code if you want to host it yourself.
Got you. Okay. So, So, is there like a? Yeah, I guess it's interesting because you have deployment targets, obviously, but is there like also like a server? Is there like serverless like a plugin or like an adapter where you can be like, okay, generate your static site, but like be able to, yeah, like I guess a better question is let's do a specific example. Instead of having the static image or whatever, which you do at build time, let's pretend for some reason that I wanted to only generate the images at runtime on
Request
demand.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So my site's static, but this is one place where I'm going to make an exception. How would I approach that?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really about using these API services. So maybe the best example I can give you is if you go to our leaderboards, which is just like up to the top of the navigation, maybe like in the community section. Sorry, still on the left-hand side. There's like a leaderboards link on the left-hand nav. Sorry, no, you clicked away to a different page, but it's, yep, there's a community section right there. Yep. We have this leaderboards, which is, it basically, I have this script that iterates over all of the sites in our showcase and performance tests them. And I need to work on the performance of this page too, because it's huge now. The number of sites in our showcase has kind of outgrown this page because there's like 600 sites on this, and you can already see it lagging terribly. But if you go back to the top, all of these avatars next to the URLs are server-generated serverless requests. So that's just an API service that uses that like avatar favicon. It dynamically fetches the favicon from the site and then returns it in a serverless context. And same with that built with column as well. That gets the meta name generator tag from the site and sees or checks what the site is built with, and then shows the favicon of that. And yeah, that's kind of the crux of it. It's just using those API services that we have to run the same code, but in a serverless mode.
So, and like in the case of something like Netlify, can you basically configure your site to deploy them together, right? You could just like add, I guess, Netlify functions, or like how do you?
Yeah, exactly. So you just put this. You can check out the source code of one of those API services, and it's linked up from the docs.
Right.
But really, it's just a single file that is a serverless function that you can use.
Okay.
So yeah, if you click open source,
Why not?
and then functions avatar,
Yeah.
and then there's
This
just a single serverless.
This should be familiar to anyone who's seen any of my stuff talking about how to deploy to Netlify. Exactly. And then we've got our index HTML, which has our handler, and
And this actually uses I believe it uses the 11D image plugin,
nice.
Just in a serverless mode. So
cool. Yeah.
I think it's in the other file.
Probably, yeah, which does the actual work. Yeah, that makes sense. 11D image right there. Yeah, and 11D fetch. Yeah, so plugins playing nicely together, part of this whole story. No, that's awesome. And that's the thing, because I mean, maybe it's time to switch to next thing. But what I was going to ask you is, it's kind of like looking forward, right? Because it's clear that static is more than static today, right? With examples like this, and things are kind of progressing, and you're working towards this 11D 2.0. I don't know if we highlighted many of the features of that, but I just kind of want to know like what's next for 11D, and like how that kind of, where do you see things going?
Yeah, I mean, we have just a lot of things planned. I think the 2.0 release is probably our next big thing on the radar, and that will, as I mentioned, we'll probably have a horizon of the next month or two. But really the big thing that comes into 11D's 2.0 release, and there's a lot of big things, but the big thing is we have a new dev server, and we're sort of moving away from browser sync that we've used for many years. And going with a little bit more streamlined dev server that allows us to install a lot quicker and allows us to manage our dependencies a little bit more nicely, and to deal with security audits from NPM in a little bit better way. So lightening up the code base is a big one. That's probably the biggest one for 2.0.
That's cool. But okay, let's talk even further out, because that's what I love to speculate and talk about. Like, is there any exciting things towards 11D, and like, I don't know, leveraging some of the more this dynamic stuff on top, the edge, all the hype stuff going on right now? Even, I mean, you've already showed islands, so you clearly have a path there, but just any other cool ideas or things you want to play with, or
Yeah, I mean, I'm hesitant to give away all my secret sauce since Astro's on the stream here. But yeah, I mean, we do have an Edge plugin, and I think the really interesting thing about our Edge plugin is that you can use it today on Netlify specifically, but the interesting thing is that you don't need to go all in on an edge. You can have a single project that deploys partially to the edge, and you can control that on like a per route basis. Nice. So I think a lot of frameworks require you to either go all or nothing on edge, and 11D says, hey, let's just use edge for this group of routes, or one route, or no routes. So we're really starting from build first, but we're like layering these new features as they come in on top as enhancements. And it's really the architectural like strategy behind 11D has always been layering, right? It's all about starting from a good baseline, and you can see that with the HTML first thing that we've talked about for years, and layering enhancements on top of it, and sort of not getting rid of the best practices that we've used before.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, no, it is definitely an interesting space just to see this kind of stuff coming in, and yeah, there's people talking about different stuff in the chat. See if people got any specific questions for you. Now we're getting to a point where it's probably a good time to start asking Zach some of these questions. Obviously, there's some little joking, pushing things. You're not a fan of JSX, Zach?
No comment. I mean, I'm fine with, I don't know. I'm fine with JSX. I'm not a fan of React more generally.
Oh, no, that's good. Yeah. So if you got some questions for Zach, please ask them in the stream. It's fun. I mean, also from your perspective, not having to deal with the builds, like, it's interesting, like not having to take that extra layer in is, like being able to use Preact with HTML HTM in probably cases like this, or stuff like Petite View is probably like a gift. Like it just you don't need anything extra. You just kind of slide it in and it just works with everything that's already there. Going to that next step of JSX or even Svelte, you now have you got a little bit more work to do. I mean, it's completely doable, but it's just a little bit, you know.
Yeah, and I really think the interesting space that 11D is going to occupy moving forward is that we're going to be bundler independent. We're not going to take on a first-party bundler inside of our package. And that means we're not going to do Vite as a first-party thing. And I know a lot of frameworks are moving in that direction, but yeah, I really feel like to maintain the most control over the long term of the project, we need to be bundler independent, because bundlers come and go. Man, I've been working on 11D for 4 or 5 years now, and there's already been 3 or 4 very high profile bundlers coming and going in that time. So yeah, I don't want to hitch my wagon to a bundler in any way.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because yeah, I've seen so many bundlers, and it's funny, like the bundler technology changes and just like completely everyone's like, oh, move to the next thing. And what we're seeing right now is a huge consolidation around Vite, because they clearly address something that was very missing.
But Vite is great.
But
Big fan.
But I think the interesting part is we've outlined this along the whole thing. There's this platform element of 11D. Like you're already so close to that space because you need to be able to go that wide. If I'm building meta framework for Svelte or Solid, like that's the part that's the secondary part. Like we're focused on like that authoring experience maybe, or those other elements. Like getting too far into like how many different types of plugins we've solved for all platforms, maybe not as high priority. But if you're coming from the perspective like 11D and like this is the platform, that makes a ton of sense. People are asking about bun. You know,
I mean, that's a completely different discussion. I mean, I would love to see, and I think that you will see 11D running in Dino at some point this year. So yeah, I would love to see that, and people have already demoed 11D running in Bun. So
yeah, no, and yeah, I guess no, that's awesome. I guess the node compat made that not too bad, and you weren't doing any of the things that break Bun at this point. There's a few things where you just can't do yet, but as long as you're on the happy path, you can get incredible things out of Bun.
I mean, interestingly, the Netlify Edge functions run on Dino, and we have that code in place to do runtime Dino stuff. But in terms of running 11D on your command line in Dino, that's an additional work step that we need to do.
Yeah, no, that is actually a good point and interesting, because like there's effort, for example, to get Vite on Dino, and that's a big effort, and there's a lot of things. You control every piece of it, so like destiny of 11D getting on Dino is completely up to your prerogative. So I mean, that's pretty powerful for...
Man, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, for sure. But yeah, no, yeah, it's interesting. I think we're seeing I draw solutions on like a rough... I did an article a while ago, where I kind of put all the solutions by holotype on like across a range. And obviously every time you do that, you get criticism, because people are like, you can do this over here and you can do this over here. And I know it's not perfect. And I tried to do it in the most generic way, because like it's even worse when you talk about features. Because if you talk about features, everybody's going to have that feature next week. So like, you can't do that. But I was trying to get general. And still, like, regardless of like that aspect of it, it's clear, it's fair to say that 11D is one of the solutions furthest on the left, on a left to right scale. You don't know what a left or right is, but you know what I mean? If you could picture there's a left and a right, 11D can be very far on the left, where, say, React is very far on the right.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, and to be fair, but what we're seeing now is those ranges, which were narrower, are expanding, and the overlap is getting bigger, to the point now that between each solution's expanded range and new solutions filling the gap, we really have like a very gentle slope across left to right now. There's almost no gaps, and it's really cool for me. As I said, this is why I wanted to look into this, to see how 11D is kind of taking that range and spreading along the gap. Because someone was asking, about new here 11D versus Astro, right? Like at one point there might have been a bigger split where they kind of sit, but 11D's branched out, Astro's branched out, everybody's kind of overlapping. It's still like a rainbow. There's still like a spectrum where you might fit more in, but it is interesting. You know what? You're probably going to be asking this question for a while. There's going to be little details here and things to make your decision, but like generally speaking, we're seeing more and more overlap to certain things. So what it ends up coming down to is a lot of experience type things, like where you value certain parts of the authoring experience, where you value certain parts of build times, and like all those like experiential things, where the focus is in terms of like how content it feels, how dynamic it feels. Like, is interesting. There's going to be a lot of like, what is it, different strokes for different folks kind of stuff going on. That's me answering the question. I don't know if Zach wants to say anything. I gave him a way to politely back out of that question, but
No, I'm fine answering it. I think that there is a lot of overlap, and I think Astro specifically has a better component story. So if you want to do components first, Astro has a better component story right now. I would say 11D's performance story is a little bit better because we've opted out of the build performance story is a little bit better because we've opted out of the bundler. And I really think that opting out of a specific bundler is going to serve us better in the long term. I think that hitching your wagon to a bundler is a dangerous thing, especially when you need to, when the next bundler comes out and you need to like do a bunch of maybe breaking changes, migrating to a different bundler behind the scenes. So, yeah, I mean, I think that there is a lot of overlap between the two, and I think that overlap will probably, or the differences might even shrink over time. But yeah.
It's interesting.
I don't know. Is that a good enough answer to the question?
I think that's good enough. Yeah, I kind of got stuck for a second when you talk about the bundler thing and thinking about how modular even the levels are happening on the bundler level. Like Vite uses rollup and ESBuild, which is sometimes that's a mess. I know from working on the internals, it can be sometimes a mess, but like we now have meta bundlers. Like that's what Vite is, a meta bundler. I don't know. I guess you could call, maybe Snowpack was the first of that type. Like it's kind of like meta bundler. Basically, like essentially, we have meta bundlers just like we have meta frameworks. And it's wild. As I said, I don't know where this goes, but when you were talking about like the swapping out the internals and stuff, it's like they actually did that. You know what I mean? Like they actually brought ESBuild in to replace part of the roll-up stuff. And it's interesting where those lines get drawn and where the boundaries change. I think that's always really interesting.
Yeah, I think that we'll probably see more and more bundlers coming out, and it'll be interesting to see. Because I really think that Vite is like the combination of bundler/web server at the same time.
Yeah.
And I think Remix is like an interesting thing too, because Remix has kind of taken their own route with the web server too, doing full request mode stuff without the build stuff. So, I mean, yeah, it's an interesting time to be a developer. You certainly have a lot of options for what you want to do. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a more Remix style version of Vite where everything is just request based instead of having that build stuff.
I mean, did you check out Fresh, right? Where there's like no build step period. Like there's no temporary, because even with Remix, it's a little bit like Svelte and Solid Start and all that, where we build because we need the transpile, like the JSX and that kind of piece, and then we generally render. I mean, vFair, Svelte Kit, and Solid have static adapters where we can do a poor man's static, so to speak. Basically, do enough so that we can supplement our SSR. It's like a caching method you can look at. But I mean, obviously Remix has been very straight on it. But the thing is, they do have a build step. Like we do have build steps because you can't serve JSX to the browser, but Dino does it fully just in time. And it's interesting because there are trade-offs to that too, because Marco might not know this. eBay's built a bundler back in like 2014-15 called Lasso. And this is just...
I think I might have heard of that.
And this is just one of those kind of funny things because no one really knows about Lasso anymore, except Dylan, who's in the chat here. Hey, Dylan. But we still use Lasso at eBay, and it was an interesting lift and move because Lasso was a no-bundle bundler back in 2014-15. It's like way ahead of its time in that when you ran it in dev, it didn't build anything until you requested something. So it was all on-request bundling. And we actually use that in production. And it started as a really good thing, but over time, obviously, like it can also be a very bad thing, right? Like you save the build times at deploy, but then certain you hit cases where stuff takes time to actually generate. But what was interesting though is, I mean, it's still very, very powerful, especially when you have stuff like I18N, right? And being able to like put in those flags and generate the internationalization on the fly and the builds and all that, because like we actually had some fun trying to figure out the solution there, because like if you just switch to a Webpack build, it like the deployment went from a minute or two to like 45 minutes. Like,
oh wow!
Like to actually figure out how to do it, because the on-demand actually sheltered off like how many languages and places and dialects do you think eBay gets served around the world? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean that's a fascinating point, because I really feel like in my heart of hearts that you cannot go all in on request only. And you should not go all in on build only. You need a combination of both if you're gonna serve a long-term project maintenance that has a bunch of different use cases available to it. And yeah, I would be very wary of doing all of one or all of the other. And I mean, my more opinionated stance is that I think it should be build first because the sites are more portable. But that's kind of a different discussion from, I really think that you should not have a tool that goes all in on one or the other.
Yeah, and that's actually where it's getting is like the cautionary tale, because we've actually seen what a system like that goes across, like a lot of benefits, but like there are those kind of trade-offs. So it was interesting because like we've watched tools go more that way recently. Like we've watched Veets bundleless in dev, which is fine in dev. That's great, right? But I'm just like, but you're gonna see bundleless on like if they get beat into Dino, someone's gonna do bundleless. Like you're gonna see bundleless on a request as well. And yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, because it isn't just a straight win. So yeah, it's funny. Of course, I got the static guy here when I'm talking about this, but yeah, it was one of those things. Like it isn't that simple.
Yeah, and I really kind of feel like not just that, but build unlocks a type of application that you can build that you like couldn't do on request. So just like as an example, I have this Twitter archive on my personal website that generates a page for every one of my 35,000 tweets. I could generate each one of those tweet pages on request, but I wouldn't be able to do any of like the aggregate data analysis without a build step. And I have a bunch of different like, here's how many tweets where I've used curse words or whatever, like data analysis on my tweets, just to show just a bunch of different patterns that I have for my tweeting habits. And there's no way I could build that page on request, because I'd have to do a ton of like data crunching that I would not want to do on first request.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're talking about the value of build type stuff, yeah, I speak to the choir, because like I do compilation in JavaScript frameworks, and that build ahead is a big part. It's not the whole story, as people know who use Solid. Like it is a runtime thing, and it's actually the runtime that's super fast. We don't need JSX, but it does offer the ability to do stuff like better tree shaking, better like there's a whole layer of performance. And I think even especially when we're talking about the server client split, like optimally, I want to use all pieces of it. I want to use the build step to learn as much as I can. I want to use that initial server render to use as much as I can to inform hydration. I want to get as much information as I can. And denying the build step is just like denying a phase where you can optimize. Like the optimize, like it's not 100% optimization kind of thing. Like you can't do everything there, but you can do a lot. And we've seen that even on the framework side with Svelte or Solid, right? So, yeah, I think, you speaking to the choir on that side. That's why it's been interesting because actually, I guess you're in kind of a interesting space because yeah, I guess how does it work? I guess it's still aligns. See, one thing I've been noticing is like on the more web component side and like non-JS background side, they've been really excited for like the no build thing, and I can actually kind of see that like even like the HTML on Preact, like the way it fits in, like it's kind of nice. And then import maps and all these new technologies to be able to not build the JavaScript app, and that's kind of beneficial there. But like I wonder, is that in contradiction? Like if you're like so hardcore on the no build side, like I remember someone trying to suggest that minification didn't affect anything, and they use CSS as an example, which is like really dumb because CSS basically is like way less minifiable than JavaScript. Like you can't like you because you don't get to like mangle the arguments. You don't get to like it just and it was like, but like build has value even there, but there's like this. I wonder if there's like a tension there because like on the other hand you're kind of like, oh, I wish I didn't have to build my JavaScript. I feel like maybe in the zone where you sit you probably see both sides of the argument. Like on the app side, like where I am, everyone's like, obviously you need to build stuff. Are you crazy? But like on the static side, I bet you there is still like a little bit of tension there. I don't know. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like to me it comes back to the education thing, right? Like, what are you starting as your baseline, and what do you want to teach like brand new people that are coming into development to do? And really, I live in two worlds right now, right? Because I want 11D, as I mentioned, to live right above the layer at which you start to need a build step. But I would love for 11D to be the lightest build step possible. So I'm pro build and anti build at the same time. It's yep, an interesting space to live in. But really, to me, it all comes back to you shouldn't like all or nothing. It's, do you want to live in absolutes, or do you want to live in the real world where things are a little bit more gray?
Someone wanted you to clarify a bit when you're talking about bundler or agnostic or no bundler. Like, how does that work in 11D?
Well, when I say bundler, usually I mean module bundler, which is JavaScript bundler. But 11D really has no like CSS or JS bundling built in. Now we might do some like asset optimization stuff in that space in the future, but we really haven't hitched our wagon to any third-party tool to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. Because like it's mostly
now we do have plugins and integrations that other people have worked on to do that, but we haven't taken an official stance on one of those.
Right. Yeah. No. And that's the thing. Like, because mostly you're just generating HTML. So like at the point, like you can just do some JavaScript stuff. At the point, yeah, there's no point to be like, I need this official solution. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, some people are talking more about the build no build thing. No build and fresh is just a way to make your GIS playable, kind of like interpreted versus compiled. You can by URL if Node you have an install package and stuff around it. Yeah, I mean it makes it convenient. I'm just saying like I there's probably trade-offs at a certain point on a production side of things. So yeah, I mean we got a question. Nice thing about build step though is it decouples the app build environment and the server environment. For example, I can deploy a solid app on a Go server because the build step renders on build and desk and can be served by anything. Yeah. I mean, and they're curious you do something with 11D, but I think the point is this is just it's at like at the plugin level, because the core, if I'm understanding what you're saying, Zach, like the core part is you just generate the site you need, and the JavaScript stuff could get pushed to wherever you need to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have a feature called pass-through copy that lets you just copy files wholesale to your output directory, and that's usually what you'll do if you want to use something in your node modules folder or something like that. You'll copy it to your output folder and then load it using the normal JS loading mechanisms that you're used to. So I don't know, did that answer the question? But I think the other point that I want to make, sorry, I just thought of it. The other point I wanted to make is that Eleventy doesn't care what output format you're going to. You could have a template that outputs to JSON. You could have a template that outputs to a text file. You could have a template that generates JavaScript itself. And I've done that too. I have a Nunjux template that basically just aggregates a bunch of JavaScript or CSS files together into a single file in my build folder. So you can kind of do whatever you want in Eleventy. It doesn't assume that you need to output to HTML. And I've seen actually folks use Eleventy to generate their Apache server config files, which is kind of an interesting use case. Like I saw someone that was generating like 4 different server configs at the same time using an Eleventy script. So I don't know. It's pretty flexible to do whatever you want to do.
That's cool. Yeah, you said it's just like a transform engine. So like we could have like
dog didn't like that.
we could have some like it's interesting. You could like generate configuration files using the same templating mechanism, which is pretty crazy. Okay, I got you here, and we're getting towards a time where I probably should let you go, but I have to ask about this just because we talk about benchmarks and we talk about performance a lot, and I have to put this out here because at one point I get the thing and I get the stuff going on, but this is, I mean, not a joke at anyone's expense, but this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I opened up a blog article and I see this red line and I'm like, oh, is that like a weird CSS style thing? But it covers the text. Maybe they broke their styles or something. And I saw this line and I was like, okay, Markdown generator. I'm just like, this is some nouveau kind of thing. And then I scroll down and I realize that it's just the end of a graph that is so off the charts it extends past the top of the page. I mean, as I said, it was just.
The interesting thing about this graph is that when I originally wrote this blog post, I didn't want to have my own graphs embedded in the thing. So I used Google Sheets, and I put up Google Sheets embeds for the graphs, which is just like a stupid, simple way of doing it. And the Google embeds were not responsive, and somebody complained to me that they were not responsive. So I ended up using like an old charting library that I had used for like the Jamstack conference or the Jamstack community survey last year. And the feature set is not great. And yeah, this is like the easiest way to have the graph be like embedded and responsive on my blog without having to do a bunch of extra work to like fix the labels. Because I would have had to do a bunch of like extra coding work to make the labels like so that they didn't overlap, because if I put this line visible on the chart and bound correctly with what the charting library expected, then the labels would not have been readable because all the other ones would have overlapped at the bottom and that would have been one sitting there by itself at the top. So I don't know. There's some tech backstory to this, but yeah.
No, that makes sense. And I wanted a chance to explain that because, like, I have to admit, when people open this blog for the first time, they were just like at first like confusion, and then just like you know the like.
I mean, this blog did not even it got zero attention before I changed this charting library. The chart it was out for 4 days before I changed this chart. Yeah, and then once I put the chart out, that's when people started sharing it and talking about it. So I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess it just has to have something funny for people to share it. But.
Yeah, I mean, this line, as I said, it was just, it cracked me up, and I mean, it's not good, but I mean, honestly, this was just the funniest thing. Can we actually talk more seriously about what this benchmark is and what it's showing? It was just you wrote this article, and obviously because of the line and the thing, it kicked up a little bit of controversy, but I'm not too worried about that. Like, what is this? What is this test that you were doing? What is this benchmark?
Yeah, so I wanted just to test how different static site generators or site generators more generally compile Markdown and the speed of those. So I ran a bunch of tests using, I think, anywhere from like, I don't know what the bottom was, like 100 files to 4,000 files.
Okay.
1,000 files to 4,000 files.
You asked on Twitter. I remember this. You asked people. You're like, "What's the size of of a a small or medium or what do you say? Was it a large? What would you?
A large project, and most folks thought that 2,000 files was a pretty large project. And I think later, I discovered that MDN itself, like the MDN website, has something like 11,000 or 12,000 different pages of content, and so that's obviously a very huge site. But
this is a very different world because when you're building stuff on the app side, while there'll be lots of files because components and breaking things down and there's complexity there, from a hierarchical page perspective, you might actually only even in a large size app might only have 50, 60, 50 pages or something, because that 50 pages generates tens of thousands of pages essentially at runtime. So you're it's a completely different scale when you're kind of looking at it that way. But in the case of MDN or something, it's like a markdown file or it's per page.
And I don't know necessarily the MDN is statically generated. It's just a data point to use when you're thinking about larger sites.
Yeah, exactly. But when you go the static route and the thinking there, and it's all unique content, you're going to have a lot of pages. It's like a different. Okay, so I'm following you here. So we have giant project with up to 4,000 markdown pages. Hugo's incredible, unless you just made that the baseline and flattened it, because.
No, Hugo is very fast. You can see what the actual number is if you scroll down to the table below.
I was like, is Hugo 0? And the answer is yes, Hugo is 0.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo generates 4,000 markdown files a lot. In many cases, faster than a lot of other pages start their empty servers, their empty development servers. So Hugo is incredibly fast. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredible. So someone was asking what the line was. I mean, we'll talk about that more in a minute. But the line is remix. But we'll talk about that more in a second. But yeah, Hugo is basically 0, and which is just freaking incredible at the scale. And then what was the other one you had? Oh, 11D. Yeah. So we sorry, question. Could you mention Jekyll before? Is it also kind of something that would fit into this, or?
Yeah. So I didn't put Jekyll in this, and I think that Next is another one that's missing from this benchmark.
Gotcha.
I just ran out of time.
Right. No, fair enough. So yeah. So and what we see here with 11D is you have, obviously there's a bit more, slightly more overhead, but it's actually very similar type of scaling, because once you get past the 0.0 something of Hugo, and you can just scale up to 0.1, these steps, the curve, yeah, I mean, proportionally is actually, it scales up pretty well, because you go from something that's 200 to something 20 times that, essentially, and it's only times 4, right?
And this benchmark is a little bit unfair to 11D because it has a bunch of those plugins that are used on the 11D base block. I use the 11D base block for this, and I used basically an empty Hugo project to build Hugo's version.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I get the idea, right? Where you go from 20 times, only 4 times the build, and yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The scaling there is quite good. In fact, it might, even though Hugo's way slower starting point, it might actually even scale better. I mean, you'd have to see there's probably a Crix point, but because this is actually more 20 times is 10 times. Your actual.
I mean, let's not get carried away. Hugo is incredible.
is there a convergence point we get to? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's.
Didn't test. I mean, I could test.
I'm just saying
much higher numbers than this, but
the way the graph's working right now, I mean, it'd be an absurd number to get to that convergence point, but the way the graphs are going right now suggests that there could be a convergence point. That it's not important, but
I mean, I think that every static site generator has a top level limit.
Right, that makes sense.
How many files it can build, and it would be an interesting test to see what that limit is for each of those as well. But I think I'm done benchmarking for a while.
Yeah,
controversy that comes with it is stressful.
Yeah, it is. I sometimes welcome it, but to be fair, it is challenging. I'm going to talk about about that later in this week in JavaScript. I'll talk about benchmarking some more. But I just, because I had you here, I had to just talk about this because you can just see like Alemity and Hugo are just on a completely different scale. These are tools built for this use case. You can just tell that. The second you get into the others, there's just some kind of jump up. To be fair, it's surprisingly how well Next does. There's an initial overhead of Next, but it actually stays relatively good with JS
there's
routing.
there's some nuance there too.
Yeah, what's the difference between JS routing and file routing?
Yeah, so that came out of some discussions with the Remix folks after the blog post was published, and just thinking about how, so in Next specifically, you can have a JavaScript file that basically will iterate over your Markdown file. So you're setting up the root ahead of time instead of having Markdown files littered throughout your project. So it's kind of a way to say I have one route or one route, and I'm the Markdown is secondary to that request.
Right.
And so Remix's complaint with the benchmark was that they don't really encourage people to do file routing, but I stumbled into this performance problem with Remix, not intentionally. I started building a Remix project from scratch, trying to test these Markdown things, and I encountered this performance bug that they have when you put your Markdown files in a certain folder, in your routes folder, which is a feature they support.
Right.
And it does build time compilation of Markdown when you put your files in there. So I mean, I can see why it's not the canonical way for them to like build Markdown files, but really they're doing a build time step with a feature they support. So like, depending on where you put your Markdown files in a Remix project, your build time, the build time that you get out of the tool can be very, very large and huge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure how you measure this in some of those tools, because Remix generally doesn't do SSG type stuff. So there's
So if you scroll down, I do have another table that supplements with the Remix numbers. No, go up. Sorry, it was right below the first table. Yeah, so I did add a separate table, but this is just server startup times because they're not doing any Markdown processing.
Right.
When you use JS routing.
Right, because that was sort of what I was trying to get at. Like, there's the like, was this just, yeah, like, was it trying to...
They compile each Markdown file into a JavaScript file.
Right. Which, yeah, right.
When you're using file routing.
Right, which is actually not actually that surprising. But is this measuring that compilation, or is this measuring that compilation plus serving it? That was the part that I wasn't clear about.
No, it's just a Remix build or whatever their export command is or whatever.
So it's just okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the production build that you do for your deployment.
Right. So this is just showing after it's already been processed how long it takes to serve it.
No. It's the same. So the two different Remix entries here. One is Markdown files in your roots folder, and the other is Markdown files outside of your roots folder.
When they're outside of your roots folder, how do they get processed? Like, what do they do?
They don't. You're just using a JavaScript file that will load those and parse them and serve them on request.
Oh, okay. Okay, and that's actually relatively fast on demand, but obviously there's no...
Well, no, this is production build. This is a production build. That's what I measured. It's not measuring how long it takes Remix to generate those Markdown files. I did not measure runtime Markdown parsing in this case. This was just project build time.
Right, project build time. So if you don't process the Markdown files, this is how long it takes, because literally... Okay, I see. Yeah, because literally it doesn't do any additional work between 4,000 or 250. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. So then that
So as long as you put your Markdown files in the right place, Remix is much faster than Next.
Right. Because Next is actually sort of doing. Yeah, I don't even know what Next is doing. I guess that's a because it looks like it's doing some work here. So yeah, I mean, if we don't, I guess is Next processing the Markdown files ahead of time too?
I did not investigate that.
Fair enough.
I was
yeah.
not requested to investigate that by the Next team.
Fair enough. Okay, so this kind of left that where it is, and then yeah, the rest of this is Gatsby, Astro, yeah.
Yeah, and Astro, I did actually rerun the numbers after Astro did their 1.0 release, because when this blog came out,
Right.
Astro was just using its release candidate, like the 1.0 release candidate. And yeah, it did actually speed up by about 20-25% when Astro 1.0 came out. So
Nice, yeah, because they did a lot of work with the MDX stuff for the 1.0 release, to my knowledge. So that's good to see, and I'm glad that this all got updated. But yeah, so that's the story behind it, everyone. If you're kind of interested, how we ended up with the line to the top and what this is actually showing, it's interesting because this is a situation that is so common in the static generation side of thing, and when you're building doc sites and stuff, but maybe not something that, I mean, admittedly, the Remix guys are thinking about a ton. I mean, but it is interesting because when you have to, when you build a solution, build a zone, you have to decide like what range, and what your product is good for, and what it's focused on. This is why I'm a big fan of Astro. And when people have been making content sites with Solid, I'm just like, just go over there, just use it. And I'd love to add 11D to that list as well. Same. Yeah, this is good. And thanks for talking about this. I know that there was like some controversy, and it's always a little bit hard to be at the brunt of that. But yeah, I was curious.
yeah, I have no problem talking about it. Yeah, it's a little stressful when it's going on, but I feel like the resolution was satisfactory.
Yeah, no, that's good. And yeah, it's not always like that. It's sometimes hard. As I said, I've been doing a lot of benchmarking again this week and working on some new benchmarks, so it's been definitely a challenge. But yeah, no, it's funny. I left this to the end, but I probably should have like slid this in a bit earlier into the conversation, because now I'm just like, is this a good note to end on? No, it's not a good note to end on. So let's actually let's flip back to 11D one more time before I let you go. And I just a reminder for everyone, anything you want people to check out, you've been working on these Canary builds. As you said, 11D 2.0 is probably in the works for the next couple months. We're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, the big features that we kind of already talked about 11D 2.0, but I need to get the 2.0 release out before we can start doing ECMAScript modules as like a first party thing. So I'd really like to see that, and that will be the next step that unlocks Deno. So after 2.0 is when that will likely come into play.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. If I get a chance, definitely look and see what it would take to get a integration going with 11D. It looks, I mean, at least from what I saw, the stuff looks pretty straightforward and easy, but I know it never is. So yeah, I look forward to it.
I really don't think there'd be much to it, to putting Solid in the Island web component for sure.
Yeah, Island. Yeah, I love that. It's because you wanted to keep with the web component naming convention.
Yeah, you need a dash.
So, oh man,
yeah.
that's fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a nod to the is attribute that has been waffling back and forth for years and years and years. I don't know if you know that one. But
Oh yeah.
Where you can redefine an existing HTML element as a web component using is.
Yeah, native built-ins, which is an interesting one. I mean, that's its own form of controversy. I actually did a lot of web component work, especially between 2013 and 2018. And I wrote polyfills and stuff. And the funny thing is that I have stories about the is one, because like literally it's not that hard to like, there's this problem where the browser vendors can all agree. Chrome went and implemented it, and then Safari's like, we're never implementing it, or WebKit. And they're like, they're worried about security, and Chrome's like, well, if we don't have progressive enhancement, why are we even doing this? So they basically tabled this. They couldn't solve it for years, and they're like, okay, we're just going to like put in the spec as speculative, and we'll just see how things go. And it never came back around again, so to speak, right? Like it's still outgoing, and people wrote polyfills for it, like web reflection, Andre Giamatti. I love those libraries, and the thing was, but he focused on like component register and all this. I was trying to use the other official webcomponent.com polyfills for years, stuff for Shadow DOM or like templates and all the missing pieces, and I think I might have an open PR still, or it moved repos and got closed. I just wanted them to pass the second or third argument from the custom element creator through, because if they do that, I could just pass is through to my component that could handle it. Like, but they were hijacking the constructor so that they could do their polyfill for Shadow DOM or whatever. And I was like, all we need, just literally, it comes in here, just pass the argument through. Like, can you do that? And yeah, in like, I don't know, how long has it been? It's like 6 years that never got merged. So I couldn't use that. Like, I patched it myself, but essentially the official version of that library couldn't support is, because the PR to just pass the argument through wouldn't be accepted. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I don't think is will happen. I would give up hope on is at this point.
Yeah, I know. And I think Andrea did it as well. He actually built like other libraries that look like they're web components or weren't web components. He's crazy. He's anything related.
Yeah, very talented,
any iteration. Yeah, I don't mean that in a negative way. He's come up with like different versions. Like if you're like looking at web components and looking at custom elements together, Shadow DOM separate thing, and you're like, what can I do with this technology? Like, could I do it like this? Could I do this weird thing? Could I attach it like this? Could I make it look like a React component but be a web component? Look at his repos. He's made a framework or library for every one of those permutations.
Yeah. Yep.
And
they're OG too. They've been around for a really long time.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, so many useful little patterns and libraries. I think that the challenge has been on his stuff, and he's the creator of lighter HTML and UHTML and hyper HTML. Is kind of
like LinkedIn is another library.
LinkedIn, yeah. Is that like sometimes people come in and they're just like, you have like, I don't know, like 40 different library frameworks to show all the different combinations, because it's very much Unix mindset, and they're like, what's the one you suggest I use? And like that's a blog post answer, like which is fine, but I think that's where the challenge is. I actually felt bad because did a benchmark article a couple of years ago where I took the 20 top frameworks and did the performance of the JS framework benchmark, and I didn't have any of his frameworks on there. And like I was looking at it because one of his frameworks was like number 21, and I'm like, if I could just add up all the like GitHub stars from his frameworks, even, or just like 2 of his frameworks, like he'd be easily in there. I just couldn't, like, I was like, oh man, like I need to draw the line somewhere, right? I just keep on adding.
Honorable mention.
Yeah, pretty much, right? It was just, yeah, it's challenging. But on the other hand, from an innovation standpoint, pushing the boundaries, check out his stuff. I mean, again, he came up with the whole lit type approach before lit did. So like, or at least he published it first. There's arguments over who did it first, internally in Google or outside. But like this, like check out Andrea's stuff. Web Reflection is his handle. Twitter, GitHub, whatnot.
In the show notes.
Yeah, when I get around to writing those, which I'm so good at getting around to. I am terrible. I usually get the timestamps in. Anyway, yeah, I think we probably should let Zach go. It's been great chatting with you. Give me great perspective on an area that I just don't have as much perspective on. I hope everyone on the stream enjoyed it as well. I gave everyone a chance to ask other questions, so I hope that they're all good. But I think
you can always hit me up at Zach Leet on Twitter.
Yeah.
With more questions.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. I really enjoyed this chat, even though I feel like we might have gone overtime, but I did not notice we were going overtime. So
I always
really enjoyable.
I always go overtime. That's a guarantee. I did try to keep it shorter, but trying to move stuff on. But yeah, the discussions always get us there. So yeah, you said checking on Twitter. Is there Discord or any kind of other like community stuff where you spend time, or Slack or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, 11D has a Discord. I am not super active on it, but we do have a great team of moderators on there.
Perfect. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, so I'm going to let Zach go with that. Thank you for joining us today, Zach. Have a great one.
Yeah, thank you. See ya.
But the stream is not over, okay? We are going to continue the stream here because we're gonna do This Week in JavaScript for a second. Let me just set up my screen so that we are all ready to go. That was awesome having Zach on. Honestly, that so silly that trend line on the one graph. I mean, I would hate to be the one at the receiving end of that, but it was like the funniest thing that I've seen, and it was completely like not intentional. So it was just like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, let's get our banner going here, right? And get into that mode. Yeah, people are saying, yeah, let's get this going. Okay. Yeah, so let's talk about this week in JavaScript. It's been a couple weeks since I talked about JavaScript because I took last week off, and a lot has happened in the last couple weeks. But I think I'm only going to really focus on a couple of the things. So let's get started. All right. First thing, for me at least 2 weeks ago, started with me releasing this article. If you haven't checked it out yet, I'm just going to throw a little props in. JavaScript paradox. It's an interesting article in that I propose that JavaScript is, how should I put it? It's basically the thing that we're trying to get away from to a certain degree. You talk about performance, you're always like, how do I run less JavaScript? How do I ship less JavaScript? Right? And even like on the back end, a lot of people like don't want to touch JavaScript. They're worried about different things like security or best practices or whatever. I don't necessarily subscribe to all of that, but the interesting thing that I've noted, and it's why I call this the paradox, is that JavaScript is the best way to ship less JavaScript. I mean, some people might consider that weird, but it was what we were talking about today with Zach. In that, essentially, when you have the build step and you have the runtime step and you have all the pieces available to you, you want to be able to use them to the full potential. And in fact, running JavaScript applications on the server inform hydration to reduce the hydration cost. Now, we could avoid this altogether by using like jQuery or something, or HTMX or something. But there's like different set of trade-offs. And if you actually want to be able to develop data-driven declarative UIs, you do need to, build and run the application like that. So like it's actually the JavaScript on the server that gives you more performance. And my argument here is, even if the performance delta of how much time you take on the server, is considerable, like Go is much faster or Rust or whatever, the impact on the end user is more felt on the client side when you consider the cost of hydration and the cost of the web frameworks build on it and the cost of the network. When you consider all these elements, you're actually making a bigger impact on your end user by saving on that side. Like, sure, your requests to your data have 10 milliseconds more latency or whatever, but we're on the server, we're talking in tens of milliseconds. On the client, we're talking hundreds of milliseconds. Like, this is just a different scale. And some people don't agree with this. Some people pointed me to WebAssembly. It's unclear if WebAssembly is going to be that solution, honestly. And there's actually a great thread that I pointed out a couple weeks ago, if you didn't check it out, talking about how it doesn't even make sense to write frameworks in WebAssembly. Like, it's novel, but it's not going to do better than what the JavaScript frameworks are the way things are today. That could change in the future, but we still have a long road to go. So yeah, I mean, someone mentions resumability here. I'm actually working on a new blog post about resumability right now because it was very clear from some of the conversations that are happening that there's a lot of misunderstanding of exactly what resumability is, but it does tie into the to this conversation, because that's an example where running on the server actually makes a considerable difference on the hydration cost in the client. And I was talking to Mishko about it because, he was like, well, no, I mean, Wiz at Google has a Java backend. We don't need it to be JavaScript. And I'm like, the more we move to resumability and isomorphic, the more coupled these things get. You're not telling me the full story. And I did get the full story. They have a compiler that compiles Java to JavaScript. We've tried that in the past, and maybe there's still potential there, but this is a thing. It's not as simple as just going, oh, I'll take my backend language and take my JavaScript, templating or whatever, and just like not do any JavaScript because it's all templating. No, like if you're going to be sharing this stuff with the client, and in some cases you aren't, you're going to have a certain amount of business logic that makes its way into the components. And do you want to write and maintain that twice? I mean, it's a fair question. So like this is the tension. Someone's writing, the problem with this approach is that you want to move a whole ecosystem to JavaScript to solve that problem. Just call it an API. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we could definitely, yeah, exactly. Like wrap the APIs. Don't talk to the database directly from the JavaScript layer. What I'm saying is I want a JavaScript web server. I don't care how you do the rest of your backend. Because that latency compared to the client server rendering stuff like is probably not going to make as big of an impact. It will affect your bottom line, don't get me wrong. There's a reason why I work hard to make Solid so fast at server-side rendering. Like I do care about performance on the server. I'm just saying that that difference isn't actually as much felt. And I'll actually talk about that a bit more when we get into some of the benchmarks I've been looking at this week. And okay, similar question. So here's the question. Does it make sense to develop those server tools in JavaScript? So that could be anything else, or develop APIs okay, yeah, so this is kind of asking, and I mentioned this, it's fine, use Rust or ESBuild to create your JavaScript bundles, if it makes sense, ESBuild's built in Go, right? And the tooling is moving that way. So maybe like eventually we do kind of want to just take it further and do that bridge, but there's a tension there. Like ESBuild doesn't support plugins in the same sense like that Babel does, and that's actually like a pretty big bound to entry for certain types of projects, things that want to leverage it. Like Babel, I love primitives. I love building these building blocks. Babel for Solid meant that people have felt templates compiling to Solid. I didn't even make it. Like there's a whole community of developers just going like, oh yeah, sure, let's do something like that. Like we have custom DSLs and stuff. Like it's a whole area of primitives, just like our reactive primitives, because of how easy the developers can just get into it. If you have to write your plugins in Rust, it's a bit more of a journey, like with SWC. If you don't really have the plugin system for it, like ESBuild, it's a little different type of plugin system. You just don't get to do it. And some people are like, okay, well, obviously you wrote Solid, so you're going to be like particular about that. But like, look at what happened when React introduced their new JSX transform. Like ESBuild was doing the old one, and it was like, okay, well, how do I get the new one? Well, it's like, oh, maybe we'll get to it. Like this is the challenge when you don't build your stuff modular. To be fair, that was the trade-off ESBuild intentionally made to get the performance to show people where they can do. But I'm that's why I'm excited about stuff like Bun or whatever, because Jared's like very much interested in how he can get both, right? And I mean, that's a harder line to follow, but he's confident enough that if he can get enough performance, he can find ways to let us author stuff in JavaScript if it makes sense, or even if it has to be Zig, just have that layer. Like he's been working on a macro level that looks for Bun that looks amazing. So just kind of on a tangent, but I think we will see other languages here. The challenge in what I proposed here is that JavaScript is the language of the web. It's the language of the browser. And in so, hate it or not, it's the lowest common denominator. Like you need to cater to it. It's unfortunate in a sense that like it's basically pushed itself into it. I mean, JavaScript has gotten better over the years. And I never hated JavaScript, but just like it's developed because everyone uses it, they have to use it, and it's gone like a much better. And you consider things like TypeScript and like the whole gambit, like it isn't the language that it was at the beginning completely anymore. I actually have like a fun little quote in here that someone mentioned that it was like good, but I was talking about like the difference between the machinery around JavaScript and the actual language, right? And what did I say here? The machine of JavaScript has long replaced the soul. That's my attempt at being poetic. But what I'm getting at is that like the machine of JavaScript doesn't actually have to be completely JavaScript, but understand that JavaScript is like the common denominator here. It's from making the most minimal hydratable pages to making like the these mini apps that are very popular in Southeast Asia, which is a completely different model, right? That's where people are like, oh, well, why don't you just use Phoenix Live View or HTMX kind of fall apart, because some places don't want to rely on the network and the server. Like there is a tension where we're like, right now we're like working really hard, like especially on the e-commerce side, you see this, and the reason for stuff like Quick and Marco and stuff, and eBay and Amazon and Google and like all this, to like reduce costs, so we minimize the impact of the network so that we can get the best performance in our browser. But like mini apps or mini programs or whatever they are like on the other side, they're just like, look, the network is so bad, it's just not even worth it. Like we actually just need to figure out how we can do as much as we can offline and do really smart stuff, behind the scenes. And in that world, like it's fine. We can have different tools for different projects and different things, but it is interesting that all of this, even the reason hydration exists, is because of this motivation to try and unify things. Like maybe this is terrible. I remember I was watching a stream the other day, and Theo draws in Excalidraw like a Venn diagram, right? And so he's like, okay, we'll draw this circle here, and he's talking about CSS or something, right? And it doesn't really matter what we're talking about, right? He draws like a diagram, kind of like you've all seen before, where he highlights what the different stuff is. And what he's trying to point out here is that for this particular problem he was looking at, these things weren't they weren't the same things. They existed in different zones. But he was showing that like there's overlaps here, there's overlaps here, there's overlaps here. And then he wrote something at one point in the stream, although he might have backed off on it because of something else. He's like, we want to be here. And I was only half paying attention at that point because like I was doing work, and we always kind of, this is the feeling that we have, right? Where we're like, yeah, we want to just have the thing that does everything. And at some point later in the stream, he actually finds a solution that actually sits there, and he's like, yeah, what I meant when we want to be here is we want to be able to make the thing in here. We don't actually want someone to give us the thing here. And sometimes I wonder with this question about web dev, if we are chasing here, and if here is even a place that's desirable. Do we really want to be at the intersection of everything to be the best at everything, but only occupy this space? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like you could bring the circles closer together. Like, this is why I like the diagram, because it made me feel like what I ended up focusing on was how small this space was compared to any of the particular circles. And obviously it's the way you draw it, but it was just, this is what got me thinking about this, because we've been trying to unify everything and there's good reason. And this kind of comes down to actually a conversation we had on Twitter. What was it? I'm going to jump way ahead to like the most recent tweet, but I woke up yesterday morning and Alex Russell was telling how JS Industrial Complex, which is like all the corporations, everyone using JavaScript frameworks, all that kind of stuff, is lying about performance, lying about UX, lying about DX, lying about return investment. He's basically saying, like, I mean, he comes off fairly negative at times because he's seen a lot of crap in his years. And as much as someone might want to be like cynical about it and be like, well, Alex pushed web components, which is like a definite way that you need to ship JavaScript, right? Web components aren't just HTML. That's not the point here. Like, the point is, this is something he sees every day, and it's challenging. And he's like, look, we're not helping people build better sites. I'm paraphrasing him in a way that's actually constructive. He tends to not be as constructive, but that's essentially what I took from it, right? And it was just kind of funny because Ryan Florence had basically showed that how he could take a simple website and got almost 100 on mobile. Like he basically turned off JavaScript on this simple like to-do app or Hello World app. I forget what it was. And he got a 97 on mobile. So he got about 100 on desktop, which is not terribly difficult, but he got 97 mobile. And then when he turned the JavaScript on, he got like 94. It was like 3 points. It was nothing to turn the JavaScript on. So he was like, you know what? I think we're past JavaScript framework is your performance problem. I disagree with this statement, but it was really weird to watch this kind of juxtaposition of these things together, right? Where it's like how should I put it? Like a lot of in this blog, I highlighted this. To be fair, he went through a whole bunch of stuff to improve performance. This is a great thread if you're like going like, how do I get my 52 up to 97? A lot of times the framework isn't your bottleneck, right? Like there's simple things you can do, like images and yeah, a lot of stuff around images. Funny enough, people don't handle it well, and stuff around CSS and a bunch of ways to improve your score without even talking about the framework, right? So if you go through all this, is like huge performance gain. But at what scale? A simple app, definitely. At a certain point, and maybe not everything hits a scale, so that he's got a good question there. But at a certain point, your architecture does actually define what happens. You know, like there's some discussion here about module soup, where you just like go, oh, I need this, I'll just include it. I'll need this, and your app grows. With certain architecture, your app will grow. Other frameworks actually do solve that problem. So it's not necessarily that your framework is your web performance problem. It's just like there are frameworks lend to certain architectures, and different architectures do actually solve certain problems better. My whole point was I don't think either side is wrong. It's just it's such a big gap here in terms of the message, right? Yeah, let's see. We got some comments here. Yeah, mini apps would still be best served for edge serve streaming with auto order flushing, no blocking. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, this is all good stuff, right? The biggest thing that was the shocker to me when I was talking to him, and he's like, no. Like he was I was talking to the guy from Free, which is another JavaScript framework. And mini apps aren't necessarily built in JavaScript, but it's super, super common. And let me see if I can pull up this framework. The tiny footprint concurrent framework UI library. It's like the Preact of React Fiber, right? Preact didn't do Fiber. They didn't do concurrent rendering. They did their own model and they kept things small. This guy tried to make the smallest possible concurrent render, and at 2.3 kilobytes, he managed to do it. I don't think he has as much compatibility, so to speak. Like, I don't think this library is as compatible as Preact is with React, or like it's missing some of those pieces, but he did manage to get a super small concurrent rendering framework. And he was so much more worried about that kind of performance than load, because he's like, look, this stuff's going to take seconds anyways. We're going to load it in the background. Like, it's obviously, if we can make things faster, we'll make things faster. But the amount of benefit you get from working on concurrency on these low power devices, figuring out how to do things offline, way outbalances any performance stuff that on the server side. Which is funny, because it's like the exact opposite argument that a lot of like the web native like performance people do. Like, if you follow some Twitter accounts, they'll just tell you like, oh yeah, don't do streaming, just make your database faster. It's like, yeah, how convenient for you. Like, yes, all of these are good things. You don't get to just like dismiss something because like you decided that this is the solution. The problem is every problem is different, and all these solutions help in different ways to varying degrees. So you can't just go like, oh, I found one solution to this problem, that must apply to everyone. So yeah, I mean, that was the big thing here. And this conversation was good because I think a lot of people actually kind of got in on it, talked about it, feeling. I saw some really good takes in here talking about coming from middle ground. Even Alex and Ryan got in, and it was actually pretty cordial. It was not very aggressive. People weren't getting at each other's throats too much, right? Like Ryan's just like, look, our stuff works without JavaScript. We're not saying don't send HTML. And Alex is just like, I come from a viewpoint that from doing all my consulting work, He's like, well, obviously these anecdotes aren't evidence. The lies teams have been sold are now self-perpetuating and taking over much of web dev education content. Like he feels like when he talks to these people, they like when he shines the light on the situation, they're like, they're in disbelief. Like they feel like they've been betrayed or lied to. I mean, that's extreme. But when you think of companies that invest lots of money on building sites and building these things, and then they're like, but isn't this the truth? And Alex is like, no. I mean, Alex might have a specific view of that truth, which, juxtaposes that and makes that more of a strong message. But I think it's important to realize, like, there is something going on here, the witness thing. Like there is a reason. Like even like when you think about Remix and the performance Remix brings to React and the patterns, which is really good and amazing, and progressive enhancement, all that good stuff, you wouldn't go that way in a sense, or I mean, you go that way because it's good, but you wouldn't prioritize that unless you kind of got that sense, the feeling that these are important things. In a sense, on the React side of the sphere, Remix is actually one of the farthest over towards where Alex is sitting, right? So, it is kind of interesting because when you say we're past frameworks doing this stuff for you, and being the performance thing, Remix exists to show people that there's better patterns, right? It's a framework that helps solve performance. So, I mean, I think it's all a matter of scale. That's my take on this. Right. Some people making VDOM comments in the chat. It's always like that, isn't it? I mean, there's elements of truth to all of this, but like maybe, like as I said, if we don't want to be in that center, and don't get me wrong, I'm working very hard to see what that center looks like. Maybe fast spas are what we want for things. Like one of the interesting tangents of this argument was someone was saying that if you've ever seen the recommendations on JavaScript, like they're like something around, like classically it was like 80 to 100 kilobytes if you want to get like a certain load or something. It was a little more, but I know from e-commerce thing to get that 3 seconds, we wanted about 80 kilobytes according to some like 2018 study or whatever. Alex updated his article, kind of did an updated version for 2021, and I did the math again, and that number is up to about 150. And if you think about that, that's almost double. That completely changes the game. At 80, you can't use React server components. Like you literally can't use React for big e-commerce. It's like literally impossible. It's like non-starter. But at 150, for small to medium size, React is actually an option. So like it changes the threshold of the solution because the threshold baseline devices are faster or whatnot. I don't think that any of that gets in the way of just wanting to do things smaller and faster anyways. Like why not? So like my point is, yeah, you don't have to accept it, you don't have to adopt it, but like it's still a worthwhile place to do work and investigate and learn because we can always make things better. All right. So continuing on this, because I jumped way out of stuff because that was like the first article and the last, kind of tying together my 2 weeks here. A lot of other cool stuff happened during this time period. Biggest one for me, and we talked a bit about it, it's Astro 1.0. Big, exciting thing, right? They've had the beta, we played with the beta, Fred was on our stream, we looked at SSR, but now it's stabilized, and it took a little longer than they hoped for, admittedly, but I think what they got out of it was amazing. The big thing was the shift to MDX. It just makes so much sense. Astro is the site for content, and honestly, some people didn't get my joke, but all I meant was I liked when they launched with build faster websites. That's where I sit on. Build faster websites is me saying a dedication to UX, because you're saying I want websites that are fast. I was joking that there's been some kind of slogans are the other way, that's like build websites faster, because that's a testimony to DX, right? And these things don't have to be separate competing things, but it's funny to me that essentially we like just the slight nuance and positioning here, right? I love that Astro did this, and for those who didn't get my joke, I'm sorry. It was just build faster websites. to me at least, is where I live more than build websites faster. But I know that's not where everyone lives. I think it's awesome. Like Vercel's. Yes. I also said that Vercel's tagline was very clever because people instantly also think, like when you say build the web period fast or something like that. I can't remember the exact, or building the web period faster or something. People still think it means faster websites, even though it means faster build times. But yeah, I think, as I said, I think Vercel's thing is clever too in its own way. But I like owning the UX thing that Astro's done. And also, we've been talking about this a lot. It seems like every week somebody working Solid Core has found their way into working in open source full time. Dan, who's been in charge of our docs effort, is now working at Astro on their product side. And I think this is, again, I'm so excited. We had Ryan the other week joining the Marco team, myself joining Netlify. It just, to see more people from the Solid community be able to work on open source full time. Like, obviously there's a bit of a split. I had this split for a while too when I was working on Marco and Solid, but being around this stuff, it does help because you are in there. You're always seeing this stuff. And even if you don't get to work on, Solid during the day, which you weren't doing before anyways, you're just so much closer. It makes life so much easier. As I said, obviously being able to work at Netlify full time Solid make a huge difference to me. But even working on these other projects, it's such a good thing, and I'm so happy to see this. And actually, while we're on some Solid-esque type moves, getting, with the Astro stuff, David was nice enough to send me some merch in the mail. So actually, I got myself a Solid baseball cap. I got mugs. I got a whole bunch of stuff. I didn't actually end up ordering it myself, but I don't know. It's cool. Now I have a bunch of merchandise. This is fun. I can wear it on stream, just like I'm wearing a Marco shirt right now, and I'm pretty stoked. I've seen a few people post on Twitter. I guess David sent some stuff to a bunch of people. I think Adam Rakis and a few other influencer types, and it's cool. It's just nice to have some products, be able to support Solid, and my wife actually helped a lot with getting that store set up. So do check it out if you haven't yet. All the proceeds go back into our open collective to support Solid. Probably, there it is, right on the top of there. There's lots of stuff: stickers, cups, mousepad if you use one of those, patches, hats, toques. We got some water bottles too. I got a whole bunch of stuff, but I just grabbed the hat there. So there you go. Look at this, Pride Solid stickers. It's actually really cool how our logo can play into that. I like that. It's an awesome design. Anyway, just obviously a little shout out there, but what's a mouse pad? Confused Vim user. Yeah, I know. How else do you say toque? Is it like a beanie? Sorry, I'm Canadian. What do people call them? Is there an official name? Okay, sorry, I'm Canadian. Okay. Anyways, let's keep on going on here. There was one more thing that they announced for the Astro release that got me kind of really excited, and I didn't know was coming. They added in-order streaming. I'm a big fan of streaming, and this one slipped under my radar. I did not see this before the release thing, and then Matt Phillips just goes, "Oh yeah, we got in-order streaming," and we've talked about out-of-order streaming before on the stream before, and out-of-order streaming is all cool, right? But in-order streaming is as simple as you think it sounds, but there's a reason that we don't see it as often in most frameworks. Like Marco supports in-order streaming, but a lot of frameworks don't, and I can explain why. But like in-order streaming literally is like it sounds. Like you start flushing the head, and the chunks come down top down. You just kind of go, okay, maybe the next section, the next section, the next section, and at any point where you stop, you hit something async. Like let's say you need some content to load. The page only loads to this point. and then it continues from where it left off. This is different than in order, which actually switches in placeholders, where you actually like in order, or sorry, out of order, you'll like actually at first render the whole page, and maybe it'll have some of the sections. Maybe it'll have like this one, and maybe it'll have this one, and then you're like waiting for these, and you put some placeholders in place, and then when they finish, they slot in, right? Like after the fact, you're like, okay, now sorry, not green. Now we get some new boxes here that come in, and let's use a nice different color like pink. You'll be like, okay, now the async content loads in, and then these load in after the fact, right? That's out of order. That's what React has. That's what Solid has, and Marco supports as well. But in order, it goes top down, and you might be going, okay, well, what's the big deal with that? Well, it's actually hard to do top down in JSX type frameworks because your components return things. So like you render the children, hit something async, and go, okay, actually I got to stop here. If you actually stop, it doesn't make sense. You're like in the middle of a function, whereas that's expected to return something to its parent. So out of order is actually a lot easier because you can return and go, okay, I'm just skipping this, and then I'm going to get to the end, and then I'll flush that, and then later I'll insert these things. Where in order, your app's this big JSX tree, and then you get to a point and you stop, and you're like, you can't stop because you can't return the children, which means you can't render the parents, which means you can't render anything, which is why technically React before React 18 had in-order streaming, but you could send ahead. That's about it. Once you started into the app, it was all nested and you couldn't do it. But with stuff like Astro or Marco, which actually write to a buffer, you can get to a certain point, write to the buffer, and go like, I'm just going to stop here and wait for this async thing. What Marco actually does is actually forks. That way it can keep on doing other work and just not combine it into the stream yet. It can like continue. It can go, okay, we're waiting for this, and then we're going to keep on going, and we just won't send it along the stream until the thing above it finishes. And we know this because that's just the order it executed, and at that point we forked off to a different process, so to speak. And I hope I'm explaining this okay, but basically the nature of how our frameworks work actually make it harder, especially with JSX frameworks, to do in-order streaming because they're all hierarchical and a component returns something. So essentially, yeah, Marco does both. React and Solid only do this side, and Astro added this in-order streaming approach. And on a similar note, so I thought this was super cool. On a similar note, also at the exact same time, the Builder guys announced that they also added streaming to Quick this week, which is awesome. And my understanding from what they described was they actually added in order, and they're looking at ways of doing out of order in the future. And again, part of this comes down to, it occurred to me after the fact that it is possible to do in order streaming with an out of order streaming system. You would just have to, when you get to the point that pauses, like when you get to this first block, do finish rendering everything, but just like keep the buffer separate so that you could like you return it's actually a little bit trickier, right? Because you can do it as long as you keep the strings separate and do it in a smart way. And as I mentioned in a previous stream, a lot of Solid's raw rendering performance comes into the fact that it doesn't actually keep the virtualized objects in place. It actually does string concat immediately. This is much lower on memory, and why Solid tends to perform 3-4 times, even 6 to 10 times faster than other frameworks in SSR. So there's like a bit of a trade-off there with like JSX frameworks when doing in order, generally speaking. I need to actually look at Quick and see how their in order works, but generally that's usually what the problem is. But if you control the compiler, to be fair, like if you go to the level of compilation that Quick does, or like Marco, it doesn't matter. If your components don't actually return stuff and they just write to a buffer, then you can easily do in order. And that's probably what they might be doing, but it changes the semantics of JSX slightly. So I'm interested to look into that. So someone's asking, what's the advantages of in-order streaming? And the advantage is, obviously out of order has layout shift considerations, and it's very good for apps. But in order sometimes for long scrolling pages, it gets rid of that feeling of layout shift. Like even if you don't layout shift and use placeholders, it still works better when you like have an app, because you see the shell and then stuff loads into it. If you've got like this long page that scrolls on and on and on and on, then in a sense, like having the stuff slot in might not be as good of a user experience as just having the stuff roll down as it's available. There is a couple technical advantages. The first one is out of order streaming 100% requires JavaScript to be present. You don't need the framework to be there. Like in Solid, we do out of order streaming, and we do that before the framework there. We just flush a script tag. Same with Markdown. Like you don't need the framework. You can basically have a 0 JavaScript page and do out of order streaming. It's not 0 JavaScript, it's 0 bundle. Like essentially, you just flush a script tag and it just moves the stuff into place. Like you don't need the framework to do it. It's very little JavaScript. But in order actually works with no JavaScript in the browser. Like you don't even need a script tag. It literally, you're just waiting and flushing it all in order. So it's better for bots and stuff, right? Obviously, there's other ways. You could just do like static wait for all the data thing. But like we use in order streaming at eBay. It is actually very valuable. All right. The real trick would be to do critical content above the fold in order, and then the rest of whatever. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like when you have both, you can do some really cool tricks. Although I'm trying to remember, there is some restriction in Marco about embedding in order and out of order, and there are tricks with suspense list, I believe, that will kind of spoof in order in an out of order system. So I mean, there is work here to get those kind of experiences. But I just wanted to highlight that there's like some differences there. Obviously, out of order was much easier for me to implement in Solid, and for me, it gives you that like seamless change from like if you had a client side app and you fetched on the client, or now you made it SSR and now you're doing streaming. It feels the same except stuff loads faster. You know, you get the same affordances to know when things are loading and stuff. Like I really like out of order, but in order does make a lot of sense for like long scrolling content sites. Like let's go to ebay.com. You know. Like this one's not the longest, but we might have actually seen the stuff come in top to bottom. But like when you have sites, look at this layout. Like this is an in order layout for all purposes, right? Like this is essentially the type of layout which out of order probably wouldn't make as much sense, right? So yeah, there's definitely different usage, and combining them gives you the most power. Middle out streaming, there we go. That's the real secret, right? That's how we'll crush the benchmarks. We'll invent middle out streaming. Heard it here first. Sorry, green scars. I'm going to take credit for that one. All right. Right. Okay. What do we got here? Yeah. So. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that they did a great stream talking about it. Checked it out in terms of the streaming. I've been enjoying a lot of the content coming out of Builder and Quick stuff. Mostly that it's interesting to see how they've been exploring a lot of the same problems and how it applies specifically to Quick. As long as you kind of come in with that in mind, I think you get a lot from their videos because they are very Quick centric. I spend a lot of time looking at what other solutions do in the ecosystem. So there'll be moments on those streams where they'll be like, oh yeah, and Quick does this without doing any of this. And the truth of the matter is everyone does it that way. But I think it's important that we kind of like understand that there is a lot of thought that goes into trying to do these types of solutions, right? So yeah, definitely check this out. I use your frameworks. You take my jokes. Seem fair. Yeah. I didn't see the mitosis one, but I believe that completely. The routing one was another one. Great conversation. And I joined them on one of their streams a couple of weeks back. Well, almost joined them. I had a technical problems, but yeah, I think that it's very, very cool the work they've been doing. So yeah, let's fast forward a bit because I've been jumping around a bit, but there's no way I can go this week without mentioning that we did have a bit of a confrontation last week with Remix, and while there isn't much of a history for you to go off of because the tweets were deleted, it definitely was an eye opener for me, and it maybe not in the way you think. We've been a little bit sloppy. This when you started the project as like a single maintainer, and then you try and wrangle more people in, like you're so happy for the help, and you just keep on pushing things forward like you always did, and it's important to step back and just kind of like look at process and things. Like it's like building a little company, and I've got more time now. I don't have the excuses before to actually organize this thing into a well-oiled machine where we can make the most out of all our contributions and contributors. This thing in itself, like the whole, copying of the remix docs as a infrastructure prototype for our docs site or whatever, like neither here nor there. Like we should have credited them, or we should have done something different. I think the truth of the matter is we should have just not done it. But it's kind of not, in the end of the day, that's not what people remember. Like it's not that important. It's unfortunate, and I feel bad about it. But the important thing is to understand like what this meant in terms of our process and what we should be doing, and how we manage an open source community and an open source in general. It's something that I've been putting a lot of thought in, and I actually went on Jacob's stream. I think I posted it here. This interview, if you do get a chance to check it out, you should. He might post it on YouTube eventually. I mean, if someone just wants to know what I'm thinking, how I approach these things, that's the place. This Week in JavaScript is not it. I don't want to spill the whole thing, but we had a great conversation on that stream about the whole situation and how, you just social media, growing a project from one person, in open source, like what it means to do that. And I think this has been probably my best stream I've ever done on that subject. So do check that out. What I will say is I'm very, 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 very proud of how the Solid team approached it. I mean, we were getting it from all sides when we woke up that morning. Just people just sending even really mean DMs, and just sending just people calling out my bosses at work, and just crazy stuff, like trying to shame and all this stuff. And there was nothing. We didn't come back on the aggressive or the defensive. We just owned our mistake, and I'm hoping that, like, as I said, I get where the outrage came from. I'm hoping that, like it's something we can get past, and I very much think so. It's funny, I never sent a DM to Ryan before this whole thing, and we've never really talked, but we have talked since then, and we've made big progress, and just hopefully kind of getting on the same page about stuff. I mean, from time to time we do have different opinions, and I mean, you saw the tweet that we were talking about a few minutes ago. Like, I think there's a lot of nuance and angles into these kind of conversations, but it's not going to change how I approach things. But in terms of talking about performance, talking about the future of the web, but I'm hoping that we can be in a more amicable place where like big things like this don't blow up, because it's not good for anyone. Like hard on a project, to be labeled that way, and then the backlash that happens to the larger player in it, when people are like, you're picking on the little guy. Like it's just lose. I mean, the Fireship put out a video this week talking about how they're making, he made this new kind of router thing, similar to TurboLinks in JavaScript, a flamethrower. And in that video, he made nice mentions to Solid Start and Quick City, because we've been making good progress. But he also mentioned the remix thing without actually even mentioning Solid. Like at the end of the day, it wasn't our involvement, which really it was our involvement. It was our fault. We did make the mistake. It was Remix's reaction that ended up getting memed on the video, so to speak. Like that was the takeaway. People forgot it was even us. So, I mean, I guess it's a lesson to learn for everyone. It's tricky. But yeah, if you want to know more, just watch the stream with Jacob. He really got into it. Make JS frameworks not war, and that's why it was so warm, that Astro 11D code tweet where Marco and Quick and everyone. It was like a couple days later, and everyone's just like fist pumping and love. And the truth of the matter is, we've been seeing a lot of that, and I got to give Theo some big credit on that. He kind of ended up ghostwriting Astro. That's where it started. I don't know if the tweet kind of went a little bit under the radar here, but if we go to Astro, Astro's timeline history, and there's a lot here because Astro released 1.0, like that's a big freaking deal. So you're gonna have a lot of discussions, new learn with JSONs, themes, and all that. But in between all of the hype and all the new stuff that's been going on with Astro and people blogs, Astro makes this tweet August 12th, and this is the start of everything. In this tweet, Astro just tweeted HTML. And this was Theo. He was just like he was just like let's just tweet each HTML, and this everyone's just like like bandwagon behind that one thing, and after that happened, I mean you can see this kind of got a good amount of attention here. It's funny that I haven't started. I definitely did. Yeah, it's just Twitter being bad. A couple days later, Fred's like, yeah, man, I'm on a roll. And he ends up, they end up posting another one, and I can see if I can find it. CSS, right? That's what Astro is, right? He's just like, look, we have HTML, we have CSS. This is the baseline of what we are. So like after, as I said, after this huge amount of kind of like negativity and open source, like future, like I said, there were so many players in that pile-on. Like I'm glad, it's good a lot of those tweets got deleted, because like if people saw what some of those people said, like even there's some stuff even said by like some of the like capitalists, or sorry, the venture people behind Remix that were pretty nasty towards me and tried to like call out Netlify and stuff like that stuff's all gone now. And it's good, because like you don't want to look back at that and be like, whoa, that's not good. We juxtapose that with these simple, just like Astro 1.0 out, HTML, CSS, and honestly, this thing has been everywhere, right? I still get notifications about it, but you don't have to look far, right? Then after the CSS went out, Solid immediately got in on that. And again, it's about expressing what you stand for, what you are. We put in our parentheses proudly, because that's what the signals or the function thunks or whatever you want to take it. That's what quintessential Solid, right? And after that, it just took on. I think the next one was Quick, put their $sign in, and then honestly, for everyone who's wondering, like Planet Scale, put SQL, VTest, Vue, a whole slew of open source projects. Like you just look, all started on different, like all started just putting like their quintessential thing to being. Noxed, like there's so many of them, just started making these one emoticon, one symbol tweets, one word kind of tweets, and it all started from that Astro HTML tweet. But that's essentially the order of things, and it was really cool because everyone was having fun with it, all like regardless. So it was really awesome to see, this kind of spirit of friendliness on Twitter. After everything else. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't usually give him the full props on the stream, but this was all Theo, like 100% all Theo. So, if you haven't checked out his streams, don't know what he's about, I'm gonna pull him right up on here, so you guys can all see him. This was his doing of positivity. And look, yeah, it's funny. A couple months ago, we had the same number of followers on Twitter. I've gone up like 1,000. He's gone up like 10,000. He's doing great work, teaching great things to the slightly more advanced developer crowd. You should check out his stuff. And as I said, I'm just so happy that something so silly that he kind of instigated, for a couple days, put so much positivity across the tech Twitter stack. So awesome work, Theo. Sorry, where am I going? I want to go to my profile. Yeah. Where's this for about stealing the dollar sign? Well, our actual joke was that Theo actually came up with an idea for Svelte. He said they should post equal sign, which I think is kind of more clever even than the dollar sign. Like, sure, the dollar sign does the thing, and obviously jQuery is the one who gets the dollar sign references. But Quick was kind of like, yeah, okay, well, think of us as jQuery if you want. Like, there's certain parallel there between like the resumability aspect, but yeah, Svelte and the equal sign is kind of almost more fundamental, like the way that they just use assignment to basically update their world. Anyways, it's interesting. Yeah, I was thinking about some Remix internal that noted stocks. Oh, we also used Remix's session stuff, and we didn't properly credit them, but we credit them like, this is from Remix. Thank you so much, Remix, and drop the link. We didn't have the copy of the MIT license, so that's what I meant by sloppy. There was code, but I mean, this is MIT open source stuff. We did a tribute them or whatever. Like, it wasn't done completely by the book. So there was some code involved, but the big blow up was about the prototype docs site. The problem was, just for a little bit, thinking I said watch the stream to get more details. The other one I mentioned with Jacob was that it wasn't like linked to any of our like our website or anything. It was like it did get merged into our future docs thing. So it did get deployed somewhere that's like it wasn't part of our like. You go to Solid.js, you see docs. It wasn't part of that. It was like a future docs thing, and it did get deployed. So yeah, I mean, there is not like there. It wasn't great, to say the least. But yeah. Firebase, yeah. Firebase tweeted fire, exactly, yeah. It's funny because it's kind of like a game of telephone, because I wonder if the whole meaning was like somewhat lost. Because at the beginning, it like, especially for where it started with Astro and Solid, it was actually, there's like a little nerves there, because we'd always taken our stuff a little bit seriously on a lot of the like tweeting and making sure like the brand and all that, and it was like, it was almost embracing like, yeah, we are HTML, like we are the functions, like the thing that someone might even think is like the ugly side, like it is what we are. It's like accepting what's fundamental to you, kind of element to it. And by the end of it, we were seeing like hearts and stuff and flames and lightning bolts. So like we might have lost that element by the time the meme finished, but I mean, it did its impact, because like when I see Firebase and fire, I'm like, I would take it in a very different way than I take Solid's parentheses. Almost like, are they saying that like they are on fire? Like, yeah. But I think V-test was the checkbox. That makes a lot of sense. Like, yeah, I don't know. I thought everyone's very clever and spent a lot of. It's funny. You think not much time would go into an emoticon, but trying to pick the right symbol, the right thing to represent you, it's sometimes harder to do something in fewer words. And as I said, it was an awesome thing to be a part of. Dumpster fire, God. I mean, I've heard people say that. So, but yeah, I mean, this is just such a happy topic. I almost want to end on it, but the truth of the matter is, I want to talk about one more thing. I want to talk about there's the Solid one I retweeted. I want to talk about benchmarks before we wrap up. What's Marco's emoticon? I don't know. I mean, that's a challenging one. We should have workshopped it. I'm sorry. That you're right. That was me dropping the ball. We definitely should have workshopped that. Get a meeting going. Yeah. Actually, yeah. I like it. What do you think, Dylan? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's Marco's. I actually, you know what? That is actually perfect. In the same way the parentheses was perfect for Solid. That's awesome. Yeah. go for it. I honestly, I don't think it's still too late. I think it's good to get in on it. I don't know if you're serious, Dylan, but yeah, go for it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I want to talk about benchmarks for a minute, because benchmarks are a big part of what I do, and it's one of the places where I'm actually the most helpful, because you don't have to dig too deep into something to figure out where the bottlenecks and the problems are. Like, you have to dig deep, but you don't have to, like, it's harder to write the solution than it is to find the problems. And and like have good understanding of like what to look into. Like, it still requires a certain amount of expertise, and this is a place that I find that I'm exceptionally section. It's live. Is it actually live? Sorry. Now I want to check. Let me see. Is it live? It is live. Okay, I'm in. Everybody should come over to Marco Dev Team and give a heart. I'm actually going to retweet this one. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah, honestly, this one actually captures the thing, because, as you know, the tags are Marco's power. Like, they're part of the analysis, especially tag API. This is why Marco 6 is so incredible. Like, the way that it can do fine-grained partial hydration at a level that no framework has ever done before. Like, just, it's amazing. But it's also the thing that kind of is the stigma. They're like, oh yeah, I got to do the syntax. Like, this is owning it. This is the meaning of this tweet, in essence. Like, as I said, it's like this, the parentheses and solid. I think this is yeah. I really dropped the ball on that one. I should have got in earlier. David and I want to take credit for it. Yeah, it was MIT licensed. I know that joke's not going to get old, is it? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's awesome. I'm just happy to see everyone in on this. All right, sorry. So yeah, benchmarks. What do I want to talk about benchmark? Well, I was doing a few different benchmarks, type topics, and the first one here was actually, the builder guys are like, it's time, it's go time. Like, let's start talking about performance with Quick. We've been working on this stuff for a long time. I think the big thing is they finally got rid of their Domino. They were using HTML like, on the server, like using like a emulated DOM on the server, which is super, super slow. And they've replaced it with a string renderer this week. So they're like, let's do this. Like, I think they were testing stuff and they're like, oh yeah, our server rendering is not very fast. Our hydration is amazing, but our server rendering is not fast. So they replaced it, and they're like, okay, it's go time. So they started working on this benchmark. And honestly, in the process of benchmark, we've hit, every little trap that you hit. This is the hardest thing. I love this process, and maybe I think the results were posted public too soon. Because I think you need to, there's a question where if you create a benchmark, you just post it and they get other people to come and help you fix it and learn stuff. Because it does, like, if I'm next or remix in this one or Nux, I'm like not very happy. I mean, obviously I posted this, so you guys are gonna be like, but to be fair, it was like, this stuff was already posted. Like, the cat was already out of the bag. And what I noted was that like, some of these sizes seem weird. Like, this is way too big for Astro. This and if I open this one up. So yeah, this is way too big for Astro. This is way too big for Quick. What the hell is going on over here? Well, some of those frameworks weren't gzipped. In the case of the React frameworks, they were pulling in components from other pages and they weren't getting proper tree shaking. So these things all affect and directly impact these kind of things. But there was actually a really positive that came out of this, because I was working on Solid 1.5 and I was working on performance measuring things. And the first version of the benchmark that Steve posted, not the first version, even the second version. This is the first one that was like half decent. The first one was like really bad, but this one was like better. Had Solid at 1.1, and I was like, wait a second, we got really fast server rendering. And I know for a fact, much faster than, say, Like, I don't know about Marco's fast or whatever. Quick has got this new one. I know it's fast. Astro I haven't tested yet, but I suspected it's fast. But I knew for a fact that, like, compared to Preact, like, which isn't fresh, we should definitely be much, much faster on server rendering. This is just, I've measured this in several places. So why are we so slow? And this was legit. I looked into an issue and I found out that the way we're inserting assets in the head was actually causing a huge bottleneck. Way bigger than you'd expect. Obviously, this is a Hello World page, so it might get buried in larger pages, but it was actually causing a noticeable bottleneck on first paint. It was actually like slowing things down considerably, even on the basic case. And by doing that, I fixed it as part of 1.5 beta, which we're getting close to 1.5 release now. I was able to completely change the dynamic here and fix it. So like benchmarks are great for framework authors to find bugs and issues. Like this test here isn't. It's a static HTML page that happens to serve JavaScript. There isn't really any hydration. I mean, this one actually I'm looking at here is a to-do app, but still minimal hydration. Hydration shouldn't be the thing that's bottlenecking you here. This is mainly showing what the overhead of the framework is. It might not even be the renderer. Like how fast Preact or Solid rendered had no impact compared to some like secondary thing that we were doing in Solid Start to inject the assets, right? The fact that, Svelte is 1.3 here probably is not a testament to how fast Svelte server renders, but a testament to some mechanism bottleneck, in something around SvelteKit or whatever. Like you're only as, or even the way you're only as fast as the next bottleneck you hit, so to speak. And this is important to understand when you're looking at performance. One of the challenges this benchmark has in particular is that it uses mitosis to generate the components. It's really clever because that means there's one component implementation and all the frameworks get their framework version. So this is like a really cool use of mitosis to kind of show off how you can like build the same thing. But the problem is mitosis isn't going to be equivalently optimized for every framework. Like in Solid, it's using some unoptimal patterns right now. And I'm sure there'll be bugs and stuff we'll find in the other frameworks too. But I mean, in terms of a quick way of just taking the CLI of all these frameworks out of the box without doing any tweaking, like literally, like this is rendering a sync page, but we're not using render sync. He's using render async. He's using like the default settings for all these frameworks. You just get this like this general idea of what's going on. And I actually think maybe that this sort of test with mitosis might only be good for the Hello Worlds or the to-do MZCs, a very simple application of the world, simply from the fact that there's like so many other details that go into this stuff. But what it did do, as I said, which was real value, was show the cost of just having a framework present. I think that's cool. I think there's going to be more work into cleaning this up. He's added hydrogen and Gatsby and a bunch of stuff there. I'm kind of going back to the drawing board. I've been working with him closely, like reporting on bugs and stuff I find and stuff. I'm very intent in seeing this because, as you guys all know, I want to start working on benchmarking tools. And there's parts of this harness that I kind of want. I have a slightly different goal. I want to test the framework themselves in the most optimal way. So when I get around to benchmarking, I won't be using mitosis. I won't be looking at comparing Nux to Remix to SvelteKit to Quick City or whatever. I don't care about that. I'm going to be testing like React versus Svelte versus Solid versus Preact, like view like the underlying libraries and look at the costs of their hydration techniques and rendering. I don't really care about the meta framework. But I think for end users, these kind of simple baseline tests might actually give them decent indications of stuff. So I think there's still a lot of work to do, but I thought it is interesting because I said we found issues with bundling, we found issues with gzip, and it's tricky because you don't want to depict anyone wrong. As I said, I don't know. I think this is going to take a little bit of time to get right, but I'm very happy to see some new end-to-end type tests that aren't just like the JS framework benchmark. Some questions here. Why no load event? This is a good thing. He was playing with LCP and he was getting wacky numbers. I actually saw some the other day that Steve hasn't posted yet, and I was just like, okay, yeah, stuff is just bonkers. Like there's some frameworks that were getting like a first paint of like, I don't know, like let's say 1 second or something, and then getting like, it was a different demo than this one, but then getting like a larger contentful paint of 6 seconds, and it's like it's a synchronous render, async render. There's like nothing should be rendering on the client. It's literally the page you see. Like there's no possible way that the FCP and the LCP should be different, and yet they were in a number of places. So I think there's still a lot of stuff to figure out. That's what I'm saying. These benchmarks are not ready in any sort of way. This might have been posted prematurely, but I'm glad because I got involved and I've been improving Solid because of it, and I've been working on making these benchmarks better because I think there is value in it if we can make it work. What do we got here? Does Quick use VDOM or adding stuff on the server? Quick does use a VDOM in the browser. On the server, they use string concatenating similar to Marco or Solid or Svelte. Or Vue, actually. I was talking to Evan. He actually been doing string concatenation in Vue. But on the client, they use a VDOM. So it's a little interesting dance because they can split pieces of the code smaller to import, like the event handlers and stuff. But then, and the effects, so you can perform side effects, based off those inputs. But like if something would cause a component to update, you end up downloading the component view code or whatever. Like it does do a VDOM thing where it renders a virtual DOM and diffs it and does that thing. So at instantiation time, it gets all the information it needs to like know where to point things from the HTML, and it does store a bit of state in HTML, but the VDOMs then do the updates, to my understanding. And actually, I have a better understanding because I've been working with the Quick guys to get the JS framework benchmark for Quick. It's still too early to give results. It was a first run, but I had made an implementation. I was like, guys, we don't have keyed. They're like, they implemented keyed. I was able to run the tests all the way through, so they have the correct behavior. I noticed a couple like memory leaks and stuff, so they're going to work on that and get an implementation for the JS framework benchmark. Similarly, Million.js, which I pointed out last week or whatever, they have an open PR on the JS framework benchmark. So we're going to get some normalization on the client-side performance on some of these new fast frameworks and see where things land. So yeah, again, if people want help or working on that stuff, I'm more than happy to. This is part of my work I enjoy. I get that purview to help other frameworks improve their performance, especially around benchmarks. I'm very, very, I've spent a lot of time in benchmarks. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. Would Quick be more efficient in fine-grained rendering? It depends on what you talk about. Like, okay, on client-side updates, like probably, like quite likely. I mean, here's the thing: there's a trade-off on serialization when you go fine-grained, because you end up like, in theory, having more data points, although you can skip them. And if you haven't checked it out, Aiden, the creator of Millions, by the way, go back and check out my stream on Marco 6. Marco 6 is like if you took Svelte's compilation with Solid's fine-grained and made it resumable. It's literally, like, from a pure technical standpoint, probably the most optimal I've seen the whole resumable thing, code splitting, tree shaking. It's kind of insane. Like, obviously these aren't gzipped, these numbers here, right? Like this, like Quick is 55, but if you gzipped it, it'd be more like 22, let's say. Okay, so let's pretend Quick's like 20-ish. Okay, like something around here, right? For this to-do MVC. And obviously Marco's in this range too, which is Marco 5. But Marco 6, a to-do MVC or a to-do app in Marco 6, I think Michael made an example. It was 2.2 kilobytes all in. Like, basically, because Marco doesn't have that loader thing where it does the lazy loading. It's all eager. It's basically the size of it's probably very similar. I mean, this isn't zipped, so it's not quite the right comparison. But essentially, Marco 6, I don't know, it's not the same to-do example, but like, we're talking about 2 kilobytes instead of 20 kilobytes. Like, it's using fine-grained reactivity for doing this stuff is insane. Honestly, like, if you're into the future of web dev and compilers and like want to understand like the best possible way to do something, I would look at Marco 6 for inspiration. It's incredible amount of work to get to that level, to do cross-file analysis, to understand exactly what's reactive across every like interaction. Like Marco 6 compiler is insane, but yeah, I think fine-grained reactivity could improve the performance. I think it's a lot of work to get there, and I've had discussions with Mishko about this, and he's like, I don't know if it's worth the effort, you know. But in my opinion, definitely. I talked about it previously, but I gotta wait to see the benchmarks on this one, because here's the thing. Can I show you guys something? I didn't get too technical, but since we're talking benchmarks, I probably should. I'm going to grab something like the JS Framework benchmark, and I'm going to grab the current results. I can't remember where we're at on these. I mean, yeah, okay, so yeah, we were seeing vanilla getting farther away from the frameworks. I actually got 1.5 is going to improve the performance in solid on the JS Framework benchmark for the first time in years. I haven't been able to find performance improvement, and our buddy Fabio, Critter Vobi, pointed me into some places like and legit performance improvement on select. Like look at his select 12.9 for solid 14.3. He found a place where I could make improvements. So that's an awesome part about working with people in the community and doing this kind of benchmarking stuff with the framework authors and people on the Discord and stuff. You know, this conversation came on Solid's Discord. I've got a lot of framework authors hanging out. I want to show you something. Okay, what do I want to show you? What I want to show you, and let's blow this up a little bit so we can see better. But what I want to show you is the fastest VDOM library in here. Is, let's see, who is it this week? It always changes a little bit. Okay, it's in one more. It could be Inferno, it could be Eevee. These guys are all super fast VDOMs, okay? Let's use Inferno as an example. It sits about here at about 112, right? Let's say. I mean, it really depends, but essentially, this is a range of the fastest optimized VDOM. Technically, BlockDOM, I guess, is the very fastest because it uses HTML clone templating similar to Solid. As I said, we're battling it out on small numbers and small increments. We keep on switching places, but what I want to get at is that Preact today is somewhere over here. Yeah, there it is. Okay, we have Preact today, right? And Preact's actually pretty good at most things. It's just not very good. It gets hurt a bit by partial updates, and it gets hurt a lot by the selection. And what partial updates is updating every 10th row by like adding, there's basically 1,000 rows and there's a label, and basically update that label on every 10th row. That's partial update. And select rows is basically like a single select where you can select row 2, row 3 and stuff. So this is where it gets hurt. These are fine-grained things. These are things that benefit from fine-grained reactivity. But the challenge is more granular rendering generally, or more granular like tracking actually adds to creation costs. Usually takes more memory, and it's usually more expensive at creation time. And to be fair, if I scroll up here, Vue is an example of a library that combines fine-grained reactivity with the renderer in a very internally optimized way. And historically, Vue was actually back by Preact actually on these benchmarks. They made a huge jump and kind of leapfrog svelte when they made one small change, which was the ability to memorize their templates. Because the problem is that in a reactive library, you actually want less components. You want less of these boundaries. I know it seems weird. You want it to be less fine-grained because the fine-grained has a creation cost. As long as the boundary's in the right place. But in a VDOM library, you want more components because each component lets it separate its run more specifically. So basically, it's okay in a fine-grained library because you update things fine-grained to have bigger components because you don't want to pay the creation cost of being so fine-grained. So, but on the VDOM side, it's the exact opposite. So you have Vue, which is sitting there getting the worst of both worlds, essentially, until they figured out a way to basically inject memoization into their templates. So you could basically, for the VDOM's sake, make smaller components, but keep your components large for the reactive sake. And that's how they finally kind of slide it in. I would not be surprised if the Preact thing lands them in Vue territory, because all you're doing is trading numbers, right? You're like, in theory, unless they implement something like block DOMs cloning, you're going to make these numbers better at the cost of these numbers, right? And as long as the balance is in the balance is fine, because those numbers are really hurting them, in theory, that should leapfrog their overall performance a bit. But what I'm getting at is, look at the Preact's selection and partial performance in this benchmark. It's 118 and it's 30, okay? Let's go to Inferno. Inferno, not only is already faster to render, it's already in the 14 and the 93s. So like, we're going to have to see and how this benchmarks, but and this doesn't add the extra overhead of a reactive system to apply here. So my gut feeling is this will have big DX improvements for people using Preact. It'll be easier to write more performant things because they won't have to worry about re-renders. It'll actually let people write faster apps. But from a pure performance rendering standpoint, it might move things forward a little bit. This is my gut, like what I think. Maybe get into Vue territory. But like a fast VDOM is going to be still much faster. That's probably, but I mean, I don't know. It's possible that we got Aiden here from Millions, and he might know something that I don't know, right? So because he's been working on something similar with a compiler. So that's just that. If you wanted me to speculate, that's what I would expect, because there's always a trade-off with reactivity. Yeah, I mean, we could release it. I think the thing keeps on changing. If you look hard enough, I think you can find the implementation. And I actually did post the results a month ago or so, or 2 months ago in an article. If you wanted to know, but the problem is the whole measuring scale changed, because essentially they changed computers and it moved. But if you want to know, last time I tested Marco, it was in the mid-teens. So I don't know where that sits up in the current world, but essentially I think it was faster than, it was between Inferno and Lit, essentially. So somewhere in the Marco 6 is somewhere in this range. I won't know until we actually officially submit it, but if you want an idea, it's kind of like it's in a good zone in here of the fastest libraries. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate on the Preact solution. I think if it is a fine-grained update mechanism baked on top of a VDOM thing, then those other libraries will have to adopt it, right? Like in order to actually get the granular updates. So I'm not sure, but we'll have to learn more. Current stage of Millions is the flattened VDOM hoist vnodes currently does, but in the future we're looking at how to apply skip VDOM entirely possible. Yeah, okay, yeah, and I think that's interesting. But yes, the hoisting and the static stuff is actually a big part. It's the Vue does it, and interestingly, Inferno has its own data structure. That's when I looked at Millions generated code in that code blitz. That's the first thing I looked at. I was like, not using functions where possible, like hyperscript functions, and compiling to objects for JSX. That's something that Inferno has always done and worked to their benefit. I'm looking forward to see how that all pans out. But right now, the guy who maintains the benchmark's on vacation for a few weeks, much deserved. So we're not going to see any updates soon. Yeah. Thank you for joining. Yeah. So I mean, this is an area where, as I said, this helps framework authors. We have conversations like this. Like I learned some more optimizations, right? Fabio from Vobi has been on a roll, right? I was talking about benchmarking and stuff. He was sitting there doing some benchmarks, and he was like, you know what? Element.append can be much faster than append child. And I when he said this, I was like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. I know that seems weird to you all, but this is the kind of stuff that I'm used to seeing. Like, it's kind of insane. You would expect calling append with a list of an array of children. This is the kind of stuff you have to deal on the performance side. You'd expect it to be faster than iterating over a list and calling append like n times, but it's actually not, and it's like never been. And you're like, oh, maybe it's the spread deop. No, it's not that. You can go apply, you can do whatever. It literally is just half the speed and has been that way. And it's not just Chrome. This is done in Chrome. It's in Firefox. It's pretty much in every browser. So there's probably something that I'm not aware of here, where what would clearly make sense to be the more optimizable API is actually slower than doing this. Yeah, I honestly, I wish I knew more to explain this. And this was taken like just the other day. So this is still true. And tests in Firefox and Chrome. Generally speaking, calling separate append calls instead of child calls instead of like a big append is faster. In Solid, we actually have a section when you do a diff and you realize that nothing at the end of the list is in the old list, and you can just add the rest of the nodes, in the data diff. We actually have a function that does this rather than call append. It adds more code, but we literally have append children to do this so we don't do this. I know that seems insane, right? But it is actually twice as fast. So when Fabio looks at this and finds out that he hits this credible slowdown, mutation observer. If you add a mutation observer, each separate append child call gets a mutation record. So it balloons huge when you have thousands of records, whereas a single append call would only create one mutation observer record. And again, this makes sense, right? Like you're doing separate calls versus single calls. They just trigger it. Maybe they should batch it, but like that's just how it works. But it completely changes it. I think somewhere in here he was like it was 350 milliseconds instead of 30 milliseconds, like almost half a second, like on whatever he was looking at. This is huge. And Jason's like, it's also true of document fragment. Yeah, like, and the funny thing is, I love it because we got all the framework authors here, Andrea, Jason. We all use append child. We always have, because the append's like the newer API and it's never been as fast. So like we're more likely to have been using append child instead of append just because like history, and then it was never slow, so we never switched it. But and look at this. I proposed batch DOM mutations in an API and they laughed at me yet again. He's had some friction. You just experienced what I've said would perform better in practice. There should be a DOM API that stopped repainting and free-flowing and dispatching until it's explicitly resumed. And also that won't happen. Right? Like, benchmarking is how we find out stuff like this, like weird browser stuff, and as I said, I couldn't help but like put the eyeballs up, because like the truth of the matter is, well, what am I supposed to do now? Like, where was I? I made a joke. Solid. We use append child everywhere because it's twice as fast until it's not. Historically, I've actually like benchmark suites where I test different micro implementations to see if they ever change, to know like where things are at. So like this, I guess this is one of those ones you want to keep track of, but it's kind of crazy, right? Like how, a mutation observer is like throwing a hand grenade into a well-established thing that like all the frameworks are doing. It's possible, but if I'm reading Andrea's comments properly, it's intentional. So yeah, yeah, exactly. So I don't know what kind of message to leave that with, but yeah, benchmarking, this is the work we do, so you don't have to do it, so to speak, right? So when stuff like this comes across, like, this seems like such a small issue, but it's just like, yeah, I don't know, is this why there's the, like, always like little bits of friction on the browser side and the framework authors, and like, just, it's an ongoing conversation. Originally I was going to have that lead into this conversation, which we already had, but, things keep on getting better. There's hope, there's funny memes. So, we'll get there. Yeah, as Dylan was saying, there's about 5 small things the platform can do to make a framework so happy. Yeah. And I'm gathering some of the things are just hard to do for some legacy reason, and they have some reason not doing it, and just we are where we are. I mean, I got that real impression when we brought up streaming Shadow DOM with Justin. He was like, I really want that to pass. He's like, I'm gonna keep on fighting for it too. It's just these things take time, and there's just a lot of standards are hard. But with that and this lovely Marco tweet, I'm gonna call it for this week in JavaScript. So thank you. Okay. Anyway, yeah, if you guys haven't been noticing, I've been like doing stuff a little bit more of that. I have been clipping this week in JavaScript for separate shorter videos. I haven't actually released any of them yet. I wanted to make some nice covers, but I'm going to start making shorter clips where it makes possible. I know it's more time investment, but I think it's worth it. Better look on content. I don't know if anyone else has anything they want to add to this stream, but I'm getting ready to wrap up here, I think. So thank you all for joining me. Oh wait, there's one more benchmark from Steve. Did he publish it today? Is this what's happening? Like I'm in the notifications and I haven't looked yet. I'm not gonna make this. Obviously, is not gonna make the This Week in JavaScript, but let's see if we can find it. He just posted it. Of course he did. Ooh, what kind of, yeah. I guess he probably made like a very large HTML demo. Yeah, I want to look at this, as I said, because to my knowledge, um, the performance of the raw HTML rendering is basically, yeah. I'm gonna have to look at this one. Oh yeah. Hopefully you get some insight from this. I mean, obviously a very specific viewpoint on this stuff, but I do try and look into as much stuff as I can. Yeah, I mean, I've been going now for like 4 hours. We aren't. There's a challenging balance here, right? Because we got at a certain viewership, you can almost have the streams self-propel each other themselves. I don't know if you watch some of the bigger streamers on Twitch and whatnot, even on the tech space, they'll have like 400, 500, 600 people watching, and the conversation will just propel itself and keep the stream going and engaging it and whatnot. It's like this catch-22, right? Until you get to that kind of like interactivity and that kind of thing, it's hard to kind of keep that going. I don't know. Maybe that's just my opinion. Maybe I can just sit here drinking my drink all evening too, and no one would. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh yeah. There's some other questions here. Yes. What do we got here? Quick solid start update. Solid start has been waiting. There's one API that has been finalized, and that's the action API. I showed you guys in the to-do. It's almost there, but we want to refine it a little bit better. Someone pointed out the error thing, and I was aware of it, and I had some ideas, but actually playing with more, I want to change how the error APIs work on the actions. So we're adjusting that. But I think the bigger thing though is, how should I put it? We're waiting on 1.5. I'm just wrapping up the bow on solid 1.5. It's a bunch of performance improvements. It lets us put stores and resources, which is going to be critical here. And once we have that basis, I can finish the action stuff and the server data stuff, it's called. And we can basically just put a stamp on the API and change into our next mode, which means we'll get like a beta version minus the docs, which then I will change my focus to work on. But essentially, where we're sitting right now is we're like it's just like solid 1.5, shoring up this last API implementation. Like I need like a day to do that. So like it just I'm streaming here. If I wasn't streaming today, that part of Solid Start probably would have already been written. So yeah, it's just a matter of probably Sunday or early next week. We'll kind of stabilize on those APIs, feeds, get a Solid 1.5 release out, hopefully beginning of next week, and we'll be working towards the official beta release of Solid Start. Yeah, and that's the thing. Stop getting distracted by benchmarks. Like, as I said, from a pure HTML standpoint, I know Solid's rendering is super fast. So I'm curious to see what's going on there. There's never been a benchmark, even after I went in and like looked at the other ones, which were Steve originally posted. I've never seen a benchmark where Solid wasn't the fastest server renderer. So I do want to actually see what kind of scenarios we are slower in. Yeah, if there's routing in the example, it could definitely be that. I take that back. The Fastify SSR demo that was done actually. If there's routing, that one could do it, because the Fastfire demo actually showed that the router was actually a bigger bottleneck than a lot of the other stuff on Solid's SSR. And the examples we've done to date haven't actually had the router in it. So that might be my next place of focus. That's a good point. Right, and you got to remember that guys using non-client-side routing, like the MPA frameworks, are going to have like a leg up, essentially. But I think that's solvable if we approach the route generation and initialization the right way on the server, because I think there's solutions to that. But that's a good insight, Dylan. I mean, we've seen that repeatedly as well. So yeah, we'll take a look. Oh, someone mentioned also the demo note, the Dino announcement, right? I actually didn't see this, so maybe you guys can help me find it, because I saw some chatter, but I actually didn't see this. And you're right, I probably should have done this. Big changes ahead for Dino, right? Yeah, compatibility with Node, that's huge. I remember that. Fastest JavaScript runtime. Huh. Oh, this is going to heat up interestingly. This is something worth talking about. Competition is good. Our goal is to make Dino the fastest JavaScript runtime, full stop. Ooh, that's commitment. I often say that you shouldn't sell yourself completely on performance, because someone else is always going to come that's going to be faster. It's just unavoidable, because like there's always going to be someone willing to spend more time on speed than you. Like I acknowledge this. Like Solid's fast. I got like really far ahead and jump started it. But like the reason I'm looking into this benchmark with Steve here in terms of like figuring out like why Solid's in the middle is because there's probably a bottleneck or something to address. Not because I'm trying to edge out the next 2% or something. You know what I mean? Like there's probably a problem and we need to know about it to have better experience. But to say to actually commit to being the fastest, like for all time, is an incredible investment. You basically need to like be doing performance all the time and being like just religiously working on it. And the thing is, I think Dino is a project where like they're trying to build stuff and ship products and do things. You know, they have a team and they're working on this stuff. Like, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be in a competition with Jared Sumner. Like straight up. I know that guy is going to make sure that his thing's faster. You will never be fastest. Like I'm like, I've got people in Solid's community like that. Like I don't want to take on Fabio, because I'm going to be working on Solid. I'm going to be working on this SSR stuff. If he wants Voby to win the JS Framework benchmark, he will make Voby win the JS Framework benchmark. I have no doubts about it. So like, yeah, I mean, you got to choose your battles, and I mean, I mean, good on them. I think taking performance seriously is good. Saying that you're going to be the fastest JavaScript runtime, that takes balls, because some little guy is going to ruin your lunch. Like it just that's how these things go. Oh man, that's yeah. This is almost yeah. I mean, this is you're watching a reaction video here. This is like news to me, and yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess we're gonna have to see how this goes. I mean, I love Dino. I think they have great edge functions. I think they have a great runtime. I'm super stoked to get more stuff on there. I want more solid stuff on there. I want to be able to do more with it. But like, there's always someone who's going to be faster, and like, are you prepared to take that on? I'm just watching some of the comments in the stream. Let's see what we got here. I like the 4-hour streams. Yeah, I mean, if it works for you, I'm hoping it does. Yeah, somebody who doesn't need to worry about legacy or existing use cases. Yeah, yeah. I mean, these are all true things, you know. Every time Ryan says, we take a drink next stream. There you go. My wife has created a drinking game for you all. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yeah, like you think you think yeah. This is good. This is good stuff. I wish I could. Maybe I can copy this. Yeah, StreamYard's not going to let me copy it. Let's just go to Jared's account and see it, because like I don't know. Yeah, okay. So this is thing fast all-in-one JavaScript. Like, don't get me wrong, Bun's missing stuff. We know that there's gaps and the things are being worked on, and it's, you know, this. But resets expectations. Did I miss it? Feels unnatural. Did the chat. Wait, is there something? Am I going to find this on my own, or just Jared posts so many performance things that I'm never going to find it? Oh, right. Sorry, I'm not sharing my screen. Huh. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, because yeah, sorry. I was reading the Dino article without actually sharing my screen on it. This whole thing, right? Yeah, sorry. This is the phrasing that got me. We are 100% confident that in the stack and that they're going to be, but sorry. Yeah, I wish I could get. Maybe I should just type in the number. Oh man, those numbers are so long. This is so annoying that I can't actually copy it from here. 156058. Maybe I can. Somebody like maybe Discord it to me if you can get it. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Let's see. I have to imagine that someone has been talking about this somewhere. Yes, somebody send me a private chat on Discord so I can get the link. This is actually really annoying that I can't actually copy this in StreamYard. Sorry, am I not showing the link? Here it is. I mean, I could type it in. Maybe that's what I'm down to here. Status. 15608415821524426. I gotta give Twitter some credit that at least these are okay. Here we go. That at least the like being a number sequence and not an alphanumeric sequence actually makes it a little bit easier to type. All right. Thanks you all. I ended up typing it anyways. I was just too lazy. Oh, there we go. Next version of button is 2 times faster at async HTTP requests. Yeah, I mean, this is going to keep on happening. You realize, like, you're going to post a benchmark, and then Jared's going to be like, "No, I need to be faster," and then you can go back and be faster, and then like you don't want to waste your time on this. There's better things to waste your time on. I don't know. This. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to make sense of all of this, but all I know is that this is what you're getting into. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, performance and benchmarks are nasty business. So, yep. Here's the thing. I want to call out this comment because there's two sides of the coin here. Button looks scary fast, so what's going to happen to Dino? Nothing. Being the fastest never actually did anything. Being fast is important. Being dedicated to performance is important. When you can make changes that drastically improve the experience of people because you've cleared some kind of performance cliff or something, that makes a big deal. But if performance is hardly everything, and it's easy to get suckered into these, like, spending all your time there working on it, because of that. Like, as I said, like, and it's tricky because once you're invested, right? But if it goes beyond the point of you offering the experience, like, here's the thing: Solid's super performant because, and it's kind of similar to what we're doing in Marco 6. We wanted to know what was possible with this approach. So we were like, it's like some people build products different ways. Some people build products from like a MVP kind of mentality, in different ways. Like even when they're considered minimal viable products, some people like just go, okay, I'm just gonna get something. What is it? Make it like, was it good, fast, right, or something? Make, like, I can't remember the order of it, but like that whole thing is like, make it good, make it right, make it fast. I can't remember, but you know what I'm saying. Like, but sometimes when you're prototyping a new technology, a new area, you're like, it's not even worth going to if the performance isn't good enough. Like, people won't accept it. So it's like working on something like resumability, or that you have to actually confirm that you're going to get the benefits with it. Otherwise, why are you going to spend a whole much time sinking into it? You need to make the prototype and you need to push it. When I made Solid, it was like reactivity already existed. We didn't need a new framework, did we? I needed to see that the performance was real. Like, that's why I got into performance. And since that point, the performance, I've kept vigilant, but essentially it hasn't changed very much. And I feel like with Bun and stuff, like, that's his approach. He's like, I want to show that JavaScript runtimes can be fast or whatnot. Like, he wants to show that he could accomplish this, and that's his whole mission. Almost like the prototype thing. Things obviously change when you get to 1.0. You lose a little bit of your edge, whatever. But you start in this place where you're just like, some projects are just about proving what is possible. But if trying to chase performance after the fact is incredibly expensive endeavor, right? Like, anyone who's tried to, who's written a site and then have it get to a point and you're like, oh crap, we need to look at performance. There's a low hanging fruit, there's expensive fruit, and you don't get to do a rewrite. and not very often, at least. And so, like, I guess that's sort of what I'm getting at with this whole angle and performance thing. Like, at a certain point, you have better things to do, better ways to provide better stuff for your customer. As long as you are performant and you do a good job, you'll do fine. Yes, because there will be someone like that. If you do a really good job on performance, though, like a really good job, you'll find that those other people will come to at least respect you, which is good, because sometimes those people can be a little bit, facetious, or not facetious, they can be like a little bit aggressive because like they've got something to prove. One of the things I've benefited on the Solid side is a lot of people have come in and been like, oh yeah, I can do that. I can make something fast like Solid. And they've gone like right up to it, or even in some cases like beat it on metrics and stuff. But the amount of work that they did to get there, it took them months every time, like they by the end of it, they come to appreciate it because they had to work so hard to get there. So like, don't get me wrong. I think this is like the opposite message to like, don't work on performance that you hear people talk about, or like, it's good enough. Even though I am saying in this case, it's good enough, it's more of like, someone will be faster than you. And it's good that they're working on something faster than you. Don't be angry about it. Just you choose what you value at what stage you're at. Oh man, advocating for you. It's funny. I mean, we talked about Rust and JavaScript frameworks. I love that people are working on this, and like maybe one day something like you could kind of enter into the same category as some of the fastest JavaScript frameworks. That day isn't today. That day isn't tomorrow. That day isn't probably for 2 or 3 years at least. But I know there's people hot on it and hot on Rust, and I think that's great. I think the JavaScript paradox I talked about earlier is going to be the challenge there. So we'll have to we'll have to see how things evolve. But it's cool because like U is almost like U is decently performant enough that like you could argue that it's like more performant than React or something. So like it's not a terribly bad option to use, right? So like it is a choice. You develop in Rust, you have a way. I don't know what other overheads are hidden behind things. Like sometimes the benchmarks only show how optimal the framework could be, not how optimal the end user code can be. So I guess there's more to learn there. But yeah, why not? I mean, I think we need more people working on WASM type solutions and having alternatives, because the deadlock that JavaScript has on things is harsh, and honestly it's going to take a while. The thing that I noticed is the overhead of JavaScript frameworks over vanilla is generally been smaller than the overhead of baseline Rust bindgen, over the frameworks. It's like frameworks have gone so optimized, so concerned and like localized, optimizing around templating and all this stuff, that like even if Rust WASM or whatever was as faster than Vanilla.js, I'm not sure it'd be a framework built on Rust WASM would be faster than a JavaScript framework at this point, just because like they'd have to do the work to get like all the little inklings of edging out that JavaScript frameworks have been to be optimized. I mean, there's so much competition here that they're like very optimized on what we have. What do we got here? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Jared basically from the ground up chose every decision based on performance. Like, this is, as I say, it's not a slight against Deno or anything. It's just like, okay, Yeah, I mean, so yeah, maybe there's more to the story, right? So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but the funniest thing is, here's the thing: like someone like Jared, that's what he will do, right? It doesn't actually matter what technologies he's using today. Guy's crazy, I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe this sounds like I'm just like pushing Jared's thing and like I'm a big fanboy or something, but it's more of like when you do business and you work with developers, you see different types of developers, different motivations, different things that make them tick. And as a manager, one of your most important skills is be able to identify that and figure out how to create a work environment where they do their best work. And give them what they need, because like that's how you succeed. Right. I don't talk about it much, but I was an engineering manager for years. I was actually also like an engineering director for years too. Smaller startup, smaller scale, but decent experience dealing with developers at different levels, and understanding how to create products. And there are certain types of motivations and certain types of developers that like you just know. I don't know how else to put it. Essentially, like that's where I'd place my bets. I'm not an investor, so I don't like. I think that's a whole other thing about a business or whatever. But if I'm confident that someone is going to be able to crack a performance thing, that's who I'd be confident in. Anyway. Oh, that's an actually interesting take. Full stop means they just don't want to talk about it after. I don't know if this is a serious take, but okay. I mean that is a different take. Yeah. I've been following just JS as well. I think it's interesting. I want to see. I want to see if there's more you can do with it. Like I know, but yeah, just JS showed up a couple years ago and has been like the top of those benchmarks, which has been kind of funny because like they're dominated by backend languages, and then suddenly you have this JavaScript runtime like right at the top. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like someone who will spend 90 hours a week working on this stuff and with no other drive than to be the fastest, like two things will happen. They'll be the fastest or they'll burn out. I mean, that concerns me in its own sense, but like you're probably thinking, well, put a whole team on it, versus one person. But this kind of work, if you can delegate it and split it properly, yeah, maybe a team could help. But this kind of work, like, it's down to the details and the specifics. I'd rather have like one really good or two really good people working on the problem than you know what I mean. Like it's just the kind of zone it is than like having like maybe a team on it. I mean, you could get wider range, but if yeah, I probably should just stop talking about this. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, I guess you're right. This should have been in This Week in JavaScript because this is one of those ones where you're just like kind of surprised by it. But maybe I shouldn't be. I mean, Dino has a certain aggressiveness around it. I like it, but I like it. They have that certain push. Like they didn't need to make their own JavaScript framework like fresh, but they did, right? And it showcases off Dino very well because like all TypeScript, no build, like it kind of fits that. But like it's a very deliberate choice for a runtime to do that, right? It's been kind of interesting because a bunch of people are like, well, why can't I use Fresh with Solid? And it's like, no, well, you can't leverage the same build stuff, and like when you align that way, like you're trading off the perception that this is what you're about versus like, what if there's a better solution that's different? But if you're presenting a unified front and you're like, look, we have all the pieces you need, let's go. I mean, it's kind of like building libraries into the framework or relying on third-party ecosystem. It's the same kind of mentality. Then that's very, very effective way of telling that story, right? But it is interesting. And so I guess this could kind of fit in the same way like Fresh kind of fits, and it's kind of like an aggressive move, right? Because like, I mean, introducing a whole new framework. What if there are other frameworks that are just other people want to use for other reasons? Maybe they're better at something, or they have better performance, or all that. Like, it's fine, but it's like, yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I guess we'll see how this all plays out. I'm very I very much am in a thinking where I think I appreciate at least a lot of the more. It's funny. Agnostic solutions drive me nuts because they usually don't work, except for Astro, which I've said a million times it actually works. But it's more of that keeping things open keeps you open to change, and that's the most important thing. But it is a tricky balance because this happens at different levels and people have different tolerances. Because when you can build something specifically for a target, you can always make it more optimal from a performance standpoint. In theory, at least. To do, I love this comment. To do improve this later, fill those on my code base. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, some Yoda's talk in there. Yeah, it. I mean, it's the reality of every code base. There's even Solid has a to do in it that I haven't gone into. Shh. I mean, we don't have suspense list on SSR yet. It's like it literally has a to do comment. I got to add it one of these days, but it doesn't do like the full behavior. It just treats it as like a suspense bounding and dumps the whole thing, right? So I guess someone was doing streaming, it wouldn't work properly in all the modes. So yeah, I think, yeah, yeah, this is all about prioritization. This is all about understanding the cost of the decisions. This is a very interesting one. I'm glad that you guys pointed me to it because that is definitely spicy one. And as I said, Jared's going to be their front row center, and I don't know, maybe Just.js can get into the conversation. I think that's a really interesting point about Fresh. It's true that the demo already had next. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that autocorrect is killing people. Um, yeah, yeah, def. And well, part of the thing too, I was wondering about this whole thing is like, why is it even a for Dino thing? I guess for the build cycle considerations and stuff. But if you look at like the runtime perspective, we can all run on Dino, right? But I guess like the problem is like Vite isn't on Dino. They want to be able to tell the whole story with bundling and that makes it like on Dino. That's good for where they're at. But like if you from a mainstream perspective, like as soon as bigger players come into that ecosystem, like yeah, I don't know. You have to suddenly compete on different things. Some people were trying to push me to push Solid harder on Dino initially because they're like, you'll be like the first one in there, and that could be like a real cool angle. And I'm like, yeah, but then I'd also be the one doing all that work, carrying the bundlers and the stuff across the finish line. I look forward to the day when we can be in there. And I said that when that happens, the conversation changes a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. Like, here's the thing: you all might have heard of something called Winter CG, which is like Cloudflare and Dino and Node and Vercel and a bunch of companies all kind of getting together to standardize on the runtime, which is good because it's going to help us be able to build to a common base. But the funniest thing is, while this is all happening, the infrastructure guys are all diverging, right? Like they're building all their own edge features and special tricks and stuff, different caching layers and stuff that like sits above the runtime. So like I think we're going to need adapters and frameworks for a while to come. And as I said, like I'm interested to see how far all this cooperation goes, because we need it. Like a standardization, same way the web has standardization, but everyone's probably still got an angle, on top of it. yeah, it's interesting. That's all I can really say about that. I think I I hope that we can find more ways to share stuff, but I mean that always that doesn't always turn the way you hope it does. You know, like things like web components or whatnot. Like, I think there is potential there, so I'm looking into those options. But uh, yeah, not exactly. I I mean I guess I'm hinting at it, but you. I mean, to be fair, I don't know if Netlify is part of Winter's CG. I'm just saying that like you got you got these new edge functions. You're doing stuff with them. You know what I mean? I was actually more talking about some of the stuff that Vercel has been announcing as well. Like, but you know this is like like a perfect example, build API from Vercel, right? Like that is something that sits above the runtime. That isn't standard. That's a Vercel. So if you want to leverage Vercel's features, you have this amazing ability now to not just be Next. It's amazing. Now any framework, Svelte, Solid, whatever, we get to use Vercel's infrastructure the same way Next does and be able to place stuff in the right folder structure, and magically we get instant ability to fully leverage Vercel. But that layer is not part of like Winter CG or whatever. Like it'll be different compared to how Netlify's build structure is, or Cloudflare's or whatever. And the features are going to be different. Like, I think this is an interesting challenge because the runtimes are trying to get more standardized the same so that things are more interchangeable between them. But I don't know if the infrastructure is going to allow for it. That's all I'm suggesting. Right? Because yeah, I don't know. Maybe I've just gone too long this stream. But it's just one of those things that I'm thinking about a lot because I'm building adapters for Solid Start, and I'm posing this question. Like, if you saw the stream, Nikhil made this awesome durable objects demo based on Cloudflare, and then you're like, okay, well, I want to bring this to Netlify. It's like, well, they'll have their own thing, or you know what I mean, or Dino, whatever Dino's doing, right? And I think that's where like there is like, even as these things kind of get more consolidated, so we have the core runtime. There's like maybe that's like the next layer of the battle. I'm speculating here, but like maybe this goes even beyond like the meta framework. Yeah, I don't know. I could speculate about this forever, and probably interest is already waning on that anyways. But I don't know. I guess now we're pretty good for the stream. I guess I think this is kind of wrapping up here. But thank you very much for directing me to this Dino or Deno, whatever announcement, because I think this is really relevant. Option paralysis. Oh, you're giving me stuff to work off of. Oh man, yeah. Man, I have so many. I got to remember to do this in another stream too, because I think option paralysis is part of this. Like you're saying, it's kind of like JavaScript framework fatigue. But I think the reason this one caught my eye is that I think that there's actually more. I'm actually concerned on the JavaScript framework side a little bit because I think it's more than just option fatigue. I think, and it goes right back to that Madison Canna tweet that I put in my article and I talked about a couple weeks ago. Did I actually put it in this article? I can't remember which article I had it in. This one. Everything okay, babe? You barely touched the newest JavaScript framework. We're in a place now where this isn't even JavaScript fatigue anymore. I know I'm diverting stuff. This isn't option paralysis because people are just keep on trying the newest thing. They're just tired. I don't know. It's funny. It's fatigue, but in a different way. It's not like the angry, indignant, like you created a new JavaScript thing. What are you putting on the world? Evil. It's just like this acceptance. And yeah, we don't have time for this rant, this stream, but remind me to bring this up again in the future. That I think I think in certain spaces we're moving beyond option paralysis, and we're getting to an actual place where something else is going on. Okay, right. You guys are cracking me up. But on a side note, maybe I should get Ryan Florence on this on the stream at some point. I think it'd actually be interesting. He has a lot of experience. And to be fair, I'm now that I'm talking to him, he might be down. We could talk Remix. We can talk about web dev. I think he'd have a lot of insights, very valuable insights. All right. I am gonna end it for real now, though. Thank you all for joining me. It was a lot of fun. And this time, when I'm saying it, next week, we're going to talk about Solid 1.5. I'm going to cover what went into building it. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. So join me then. Have a good one.